Recording in progress.
Hello.
Good morning, honorable members.
Môre.
Good morning.
Morning, everyone.
Morning, honorable members.
Morning, honorable members. I hope you are well this morning.
Good morning, honorable members. Okay, I think we can be done with the greetings and start with the meeting. Good morning, honorable members. I would like to welcome you to this meeting today. The name is Nola Martinez. I'll be presiding over the process of the election of the acting chairperson, because our chairperson is currently on leave. At this point, we are guided by Rule 159. That makes a provision for an acting chairperson to be appointed, or rather to be nominated or elected, in an event where the chairperson of the committee is either on leave or is unable to carry out their duties. I would like to then, first, I would like to confirm that this meeting is reaching a quorum. We've got about 8 members out of the 11 members on the platform. Therefore, we can carry on. I'd like to then request for a member who would like to nominate a member who would be the acting chairperson while the chairperson is away today specifically. Over to you, honorable members. I don't see any hands. Honorable members can just raise their hands. Honorable Mahlangu.
Okay.
Thank you, Comrade Knowles. Honorable, thank you. I'm going to Comrade Knowles. Honorable members, greetings to everyone on the platform. I would like to nominate Honorable Zelanga to be our acting chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Mahlangu. Honorable Zelanga has been nominated. Is there a seconder?
Yes,
Honorable, I see there's a hand of Honorable Bath
Happy to
that has been raised. I'm not sure if you want to second, Honorable. Great
Yes,
stuff.
happy to.
Honorable Zelanga, are you accepting the nomination?
No, thank you so much, Knowles. I accept the nomination. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. Honorable Zelanga has accepted the nomination. Is there any contrary view, honorable members? Is there any other name that you'd like to nominate? In the absence of any other hand, Honorable Dlelang has been duly nominated as the acting chairperson for today's meeting. I would like to then at this point hand over to Honorable Dlelang. I see Honorable Mahlangu's hand. Honorable Mahlangu, I would like to recognize you.
Sorry, Comrade Knowles is an old hand.
Oh, it's a legacy hand. All right, thank you. At this point, I'd like to hand over to the duly appointed, or rather elected, acting chairperson during today's meeting so that he can proceed with the agenda item. Thank you very much. Over to you, Honorable Dlelang.
No, thank you so much, Knowles. Greetings to all the honorable members, the department officials. Thank you so much for the nomination. The meeting for now is officially opened, and we will request that we just take this time to allow Knowles to give us the apologies. Over to you, Knowles.
Thank you, acting chairperson. We've got an apology from the Honorable Chairperson, as I've already indicated that she's on leave. The other apology that we have is from Honorable Lihlape from the EFF. Then from the department side, the Minister is also unable to join today's meeting because he's attending an ICID cabinet meeting. The DM has also apologized. He is currently in the meeting, but he would like to be released around 10 because the meeting he'll also be joining the ICID meeting where that the Minister will also be in attendance with the cabinet.
Yes, thank you so much, Knowles. All members, here are the apologies as presented. Can you adopt? Yes.
Thank you very much, Honorable Acting Chair. Greetings to your good self, the DM, my colleagues, portfolio members, as well as the support staff and the department. I move for the adoption of the apologies, Chair. Thank you.
No, thank you so much, Honorable Ngosi. Any second, Edwin?
Yes, thank you, Acting Chair. I'm happy to second.
No, thank you so much. Let's move to the next item. What's the next item?
The next item is the resolutions tracker, Honorable Chair.
I'll request that we get on that item and lead us on that. Thank you so much.
I'm just trying to beam it up, Chair. Please hold on for me. Hope is now visible, Chairperson. Can you please confirm?
Yes, they are visible now, so can proceed.
Thank you. Honorable Chair, the three resolutions that are in front of the committee today for consideration were taken in the meeting that was held on the 2nd of July, where the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, as well as the BMA, Border Management Agency, presented to the committee on the one-stop border post project. So the first resolution was that the DHA must submit the BMA bill and OSBP bill that are currently before Parliament, so that the committee is referred to the committee is referred to in the meeting. That has been submitted. It was submitted on the same day during that very meeting, and it was sent to the members as well on the same day. The other resolution was that the department must report on progress and regulations for the implementation of the Expropriation Act on a quarterly basis. So that will then monitor on a quarterly basis. And as we are preparing for the following term, then the MENCO will also consider putting that agenda item on that on the program for the third term. The last one indicates that the committee will convene a strat planning session during the third term of 2025, and as indicated just now, that the MENCO will sit as a governing structure of the committee and then decide on the items that will be placed on the agenda for the following term. With this, honorable members are also encouraged to submit their agenda items that they feel that should be added on the third term, so on the third term program, so that we can then inculcate those in the program during our planning session as the MENCO. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
No, thank you so much, honorable members. I think the process we're going to follow is that on members, on items that must form part of the strat plan, they can submit that through NOLA, not in this meeting, and they will be considered. But for now, it's time that we speak only on the matters arising from the resolutions. I can give any other member want to speak on resolutions. Unfortunately, I don't see the hands. Honorable members, can
There's a hand of Honorable.
Who?
Honorable Kobe, Chair.
Okay, Honorable Kobe, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to the department and honorable members and the support staff. Chair, I just don't see progress in terms of the one resolution that we took, that the department should give us a list of appointments since the minister ascended to his position last year. That's what I asked for, and it seems that there is no progress on it. If there is, apologies if I'm being presumptuous, but I'd like a progress report on that. Thank you, Chair.
No, thank you so much. Nels, can you respond to that?
I'm not sure I follow Honorable Gobe's query. Was it the appointments? Which appointments? Is it the departmental appointments, or because the last one I remember that the department was supposed to submit was the issue regarding the traveling of the minister since he ascended office. So I'm not sure if I remember what Honorable Gobe is referring to, Chair.
So
Okay.
this was placed 2 weeks ago, Chair. This was placed 2 weeks ago. If NOLA could maybe look at the recommendations that are made 2 weeks ago, that the department should provide us with a list of appointments that the Honourable Minister has made since he has taken up office. So these are the people he has appointed since his time in the ministry. Thanks, Chair.
No, thank you so much. I would like to give also a guidance to that instead of Knowles responding to such, we take that as part of our resolutions. We said in the last 2 weeks, we need to be sure exactly when was that meeting, and then we put that as part of the resolutions. Then I take it now you having raised that resolution, it's more of you are moving for the adoption of our resolutions, however, adding the outstanding resolution.
Absolutely, Chair.
No, thank you so much. Any second honorable member?
Chair, before we second, I just want to check one other matter.
You are welcomed, honorable member.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. I just want to check the issue of the accommodation of the ministers and the deputy ministers. I don't remember getting the report from the department with regards to that. I don't know whether it's me or who didn't get it. Can we get a progress as well? Maybe before we adopt this resolutions tracking. Thank you, Chair.
No, thank you so much, Honorable Ngozi. Knowles, can you respond to that?
Thank you, Chair. The report was submitted last week and it was submitted to members. It was part of the 3 batch emails that I sent through that were sitting in the office of the Chair. And then during the last meeting that we had, the Chair had then given a directive to forward all those emails, all those reports that are coming from the department. So it was part of that, Honorable Ngozi. It has been submitted. Thank you.
No, thank you so much. We'll make sure that the circulations, if the members have not received it, receive it. Then I take it, having raised that, Honorable Ngozi, you are seconding the resolutions.
Yes, Chair, I second. Thank you.
No, thank you so much. We going to the next item, which in the main is the briefing by the department or PMTE on the status regarding Telkom towers and the parliamentary village boards. I must say that if I experience any network problem, Honorable Masang will assist me because I'm moving to somewhere. It's just be some few minutes or so. DM, as we already welcomed your presence here today, and the departmental officials. I'm not sure that the DG is here, but I've seen the other members of the department. You are all welcomed. You are welcomed, and I give you the opportunity, DM, that you can enter and direct who's gonna make a presentation on this item. Thank you so much. Over to you, dear.
No, thanks, Chair. Greetings to you. Greetings to all members of the Portfolio Committee, the parliamentary officials, as well as our officials from the department. We're coming here for issues that are ongoing. It's not new. The issue of Telkom towers and the issue of parliamentary villages. May I take this opportunity to once again thank you for follow up on these issues. The department is led by the DG together with the head of the PMTE, and I will hand over to them to lead on the reports. Thank you.
No, thank you so much. I'll request that before you give it to them, on the basis that I forgot that we've got new members of the MK party. Honorable Reddy has been discharged, and the MK party has appointed Honorable Mkhiz P and Mr. K Madlala. I must say that members are all welcomed. This is a committee where you've been assigned, and we expect you that you play a role, and you don't doubt that you are capable of playing your role. And I must say that we've been working well with the members that have been discharged in this committee. We're really happy that we are part of. Also, in that note that we've got 2 new members, I'll request that for the department officials, they introduce themselves, then immediately we follow the route that the DM was already saying, that handing over to an official that is about to present. Thanks so much. Over to you, members. Just quick, so that they can see you, this new member. Thank you so much.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, everyone. I'm Honorable Pilasand Mkhize. Thank you for welcoming here. I hope we'll have a fun and good time together in this portfolio. Thank you.
Chair, can we see the face, please?
Ms. Mkhize, you speak nicely. The other members would like to see your face.
Okay, Chair. Can you please just give me a few minutes, just a few seconds?
Okay. Then get ready, Honorable Mkhize.
This is
Oh,
Honorable.
yeah.
You see
Yeah.
me?
I see you now. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Over to you, Honorable Mkhize.
Chair, I think Honorable Matlala is not here because the contact details of the Honorable Matlala that were given tend to be the incorrect Honorable Matlala. There's apparently two Honorable K Matlalas in the MKP. So I've just got a notification now that we need to contact the other one and not the one that we've been communicating with. Thanks, Chair.
Oh, no, thank you so much. Okay, what we're gonna do is that part of saving time, whoever presents will first show him or herself and then present, and then we take it from there. Thank you so much. We are in that time whereby the one who's supposed to present is to present, and the DM will have spoken to that matter.
Chair, morning, honorable members and the DM. I'm Caesar Sibande. I'm responsible for the entity called Property Management and Trading Entity. I'm sure I'm audible, Chair.
Yes, I'm very audible, sir.
Thank you, Chair. Just as a disclaimer, Chair, I've joined the meeting, though one is on leave due to ill health and some other issues. But however, I've took a decision to come and address this matter, given it's continuing, it's a work in progress, and it's a matter that one has been leading since the last presentation to the Portfolio Committee. Chair, if you may allow me, I would request the colleagues to flight. My office can flight, or the Sisnola can flight on her side the presentation. I will then take members through the presentation. As the Honorable DM have said, this is a continuing work, and we will provide update. And some of the issues I won't go into details because members are aware. I will just emphasize on issues where I'm aware that we did not present such information to the honorable members in the previous presentations. I will also highlight progress on issues that we dealt with in the past and some of the current issues that we are faced with. Can we then request the colleagues to flight on my behalf, Chair, if may?
Yes, you can. They can also give the screen rights to you.
Debo can assist. Thank you. Chair, just while the colleagues are presenting, I will just to give you a background to the members who are not familiar with the subject. There was a visit conducted by the Portfolio Committee to ascertain the status of Telkom towers. And what happened with that visit, we did a presentation at that visit, given the status of Telkom towers, which is the precincts with the 9 towers that the state purchased from Telkom Investment Trust, and we then worked with the SAPS team at that time to collaborate and raise the fund, and accepted the proposal, and they then allocated the fund for SAPS to procure the infrastructure. It was a excellent infrastructure. Everybody at that time accepted that it was fit for purpose, and it was a plug and play kind of a facility. And there, subsequent to the procurement, there were various meetings that were undertaken. And out of those meetings, Chair and the honorable members who are not familiar, there were issues with regard to the migration of SAPS to occupy those buildings. And in the main, it meant SAPS will then have to vacate all the some of the leases that were identified at that time, so that they can then move to a state-owned facility. The issue was during that period where SAPS had to undertake that migration and occupation of Telkom towers, there were issues with regard to ICT infrastructure, the improvement of the HVAC, as well as some minor refurbishment. Nonetheless, SAPS appointed a contractor to do their ICT infrastructure. And unfortunately, at that time, a lot of items got missing, and the state of the property started to deteriorate. And the subsequent month thereafter, there were issues of when will SAPS take over the property so that they can begin to provide security as the user department. Those things were never taken into consideration. As a result, the facility was then compromised, and a lot of items got lost or were missing or stolen. And as a result, the property then lost its value significantly, which then prompted the portfolio committee to visit the property. And the minister also, the former minister also visited the property and initiated the investigation, which the new minister, when he took over, Honorable McPherson, in July, within a few months, and then he also instituted another a call for the forensic investigation, and he has been following that part of the investigation to date. We will provide the synopsis towards the end of the presentation. Unfortunately, Chair, I'm not sure on my side the presentation is not visible. I can take you through with what I have on my side. Or there it is. Thank you. We will start with slide 1. As I've said, the purpose of the presentation. I think I've already given that. Let us go to this. The purpose of the presentation today, perhaps, is to, as I've said, is to give the members an up-to-date in terms of where we are with regard to the precinct itself. What is our proposal? The second part will look into the maintenance issues that were raised by the SAPS colleagues during the portfolio committee meeting, and also the procurement of CSIRs for the SAPS, which has not been resolved. And then lastly, the investigation, as I've said. Let us move to slide number 2, which then speaks about the integrated SAPS head office accommodation solution. Chair, SAPS has got 22 leases within Pretoria, and that amount to an extent of 144,000 square meters lettable area. And on average, those leases cost the state 242 rands per square meter per month, and with 2,186 parking bays. And the annual lease for the SAPS alone in Pretoria is 444 million rand, which then of the 6.3 billion rand over the 10-year period. So over 10 years, for all the leases in Pretoria, we pay around 6.3. That also take into consideration the inflation as well. The Telkom towers itself, as I've said earlier on, it provides a solution of 99,000 lettable area, plus 2,000 parking bays, and that was required by SAPS in 2015 during the negotiations of the procurement of the property. As I've said earlier on, SAPS contributed significantly 543,908.55 towards the purchase of the property. And unfortunately, that SAPS has not taken full occupation. Only one tower was then subsequently occupied in the subsequent years. And so far, what we have done, we have come up with what we call an integrated SAPS precincts proposal, which again was looking at taking advantage of whatever is remaining within that particular infrastructure. We believe that the infrastructure is solid. However, it will require significant refurbishment, which will then call for major recapitalization of the project. And if we do that, it will mean that the 22 SAPS leases in Pretoria will then again be reviewed, and we will have, within a period of 3 or 4 years, we'll have all the private leases of the 22 leases nullified in Pretoria or terminated in the future. What we did, however, in 2024 October, we then received a letter from the Honorable Minister of SAPS, who then indicated that they are surrendering the option to occupy Telkom Towers complex in favor of an alternate solution. And what we then realized is that the letter further indicated that they also want a refund on the amount that has been paid or contributed by SAPS. That letter was directed to our Honorable Minister, who then indicated that he's still looking into the matter. He has also instituted an investigation so that he can establish the veracity of the causes of all these anomalies that we have witnessed within Telkom Towers. However, Chair, the proposal that we have made to the SAP not only look at Telkom Towers alone. We are also looking at Telkom Towers as one area, but more than that, we're also looking at combining the three properties within the same precinct, within a close proximity as well, which is Telkom Towers Central Government Offices, which is the CGO, and the Public Works House. The Telkom Towers and the Public Works House are currently unoccupied. And the three buildings together can provide more than 200,000 lettable area for accommodation and more than 2,600 parking. And that in itself, it can provide the entire accommodation solution for the SAPS head office, which will then turn it into a boulevard. If you go to the next slide, that is the demonstrable proposal in terms of our renders of what could the future of Telkom Towers and refurbishing the other buildings and follow suit and turn this into an SAPS boulevard, which will then accommodate conference facilities, accommodate all the units within the SAPS within Pretoria. And in the main, it can address quite a number of challenges that currently we are experiencing in terms of the value that we don't derive from the private leases. Chair, just to give you a bit of a highlight, if you look let us go to the next table, which talks about the Telkom Tower CGO and Public Works House. If you look into that, it then begins to say, for an example, if you do what is called a refurbishment, the table gives you two options. One is a new construction of the same amount of buildings, or the option for refurbishment. If you look at Telkom Towers alone, if we are going to do and construct the same building, the estimated construction cost for Telkom Towers, if you go to construction tomorrow, it will cost us 5.4 billion. And for refurbishment of the same, operating cost of the same, it will cost us 2.5 million rand at 25 rand per square meter. And the refurbishment, the construction, of course, we are looking at 244 per square meter per month. If you look at the facility management, we're looking at around 8.2 million rand. And then if you consider the option for refurbishment for Telkom Towers, estimated cost for refurbishment is around 1.6 billion, 825 per month. And if you are looking at operating cost of 25 rands, And then if you look at the total facility management at 42 rand per month. So these are the estimates. If you say, let us go ROT, that is what it will give us. And of course, you will then look in terms of, at the moment, we are refurbishing 40% of the building at the cost of 1.6 billion. And then if you look at the second one, with regard the second one, with regard to CGO, CGO provides 41,000, and the gross lettable area is around 24,000, and for reconstructing of the CGO, it will take 1.9 billion at 205 rand per month, and if you look at the operating cost, is 25 rand per square meter. If you look at the facility management, it's around 16 rand per square meter per month. However, if you consider CGO in terms of ROT, CGO is an old building, is highly unattractive, and it's really on the verge of being condemned. Currently, we are fixing the roof, but it's a patch and go kind of an approach. But if you look at the overall recapitalization of that building, at 74 rand per square meter, it will give us 500 million rand. That will be around 20% refurbishment of the total building, with a TTFM of 1 million rand, which is 25 rand per square meter. The last building is around Public Works House, with a gross lettable area of 49,000. Construction for such building, we are looking at around 3 billion, and for operating costs, are looking at 1.6. For total facility management, looking at 4.6. If we refurbish that building is the most dilapidated one, and the same way to large extent as Telkom Towers. We're looking at around 70% refurbishment or so, and they're looking at 1.9 billion, and then with the operating cost of 1.6 and total facility management of 4.1 million. So though the below it gives you the total parking space, and what we are saying, Chair, in total, in terms of the proposal that we have, because that is what we have been asked. What is our proposal? What is our way forward? This is our way forward. We are saying, for an example, if you look at the total gross lettable area that these three properties or these three buildings can provide, is that we can, if you're going to build them from scratch, it's going to take 10.4 billion that the treasury will never afford at any given moment. And if you are looking at the operating cost of 5.5 million, and we're looking at the total facility management 15.9. So building from scratch, it means that we go for either go triple P or we go for a new construction, go to a greenfield. It will cost us 10.4 billion rand for the 3 billion. However, what we are saying, we estimate a cost of 4.1 billion rand that we can do through the ROT program if we then undertake that triple P model. It will cost the developer 4.1 billion rand at 134 rand per square meter, 5.5 operating cost, and 9.5 million for total facility management. And that will give us a 204 per square meter, and which is less than the 255 currently we're paying for the leases. And even if we match the 255 that we're currently paying for the private leases, it still look more attractive to the private sector. And I mean, in terms of the triple P model, and it can attract investment. And for that reason, we believe, Chair, our proposal is mostly the most viable, and it can work. However, as I've said, we never had an opportunity to present this proposal to our SAPS colleagues, except at the technical level. Level, which means the meeting that I share with the counterpart at the SAPS on a monthly basis. We did share this, however, they will need to have a decision coming from their principal. Nonetheless, Chair, what happened is that we will go to the next slide that gives us progress in terms of the other areas. This is a summary, the slide on the annexure buildings. It gives us a summary in terms of the buildings that are there, which we would require for refurbishment. So as I've said, we are looking at the total facility management. I mean, as the triple P ROT for Telkom Tower CGO and the public house as a solution going forward. And if we can be given that opportunity, we can develop a project execution plan that will then begin to give us a kind of a leverage on the property itself in terms of providing proper planning that will ensure that in the next coming 4 years, we terminate all the private leases because they don't give us any mutual benefit. Those private leases will never be used for any future generation unless, of course, they are outrightly purchased for state use. But given their structure and their locations, they are highly fragmented and they are not providing an integrated solution for the SAPS and its future plans. Chair, what happened now, there is a tower, a Telkom tower that we have received a mandate to deal with, and in terms of the only tower that was given to us by the SAPS colleagues, which is the TFM implementation for Telkom towers, which is the tower north in the annex building. The department has been implementing the TFM contract for a period of 36 months in the Telkom Tower North and the annex building. The total facility management services combined with single service streams across both hard and soft services, operating both together to minimize management duplication, streamline interoperability of the facility. And this chair in itself provides quite a number of solutions. Next slide, please. Provide a number of solutions where we have appointed a contract in January 2024, which is called Civest, which is providing a solution for that particular annex. The service provider deals with a detailed facility condition assessment, componentized asset register, occupational health and safety compliance assessment. It also deals energy efficiency sustainability assessment, and also development of maintenance management plan, implementation of the expanded public works program, national youth services, and also deals with the development of a risk management plan. This is where, that is the only tower SAPS was occupying until there was a provision notice given by Department of Labor. We then agreed that the chair will provide them an alternate solution whilst we attend to those issues. And part of attending those issues, there was a total facility management company that was appointed. It has been able to deal with some of these issues. If we look at how the components have been broken down, this in the next slide, it deals with those preventive maintenance, corrective maintenance, planned maintenance, immediate maintenance, minor maintenance. It looks in terms of ensuring that within that tower there's 70% preventive maintenance. And also, next slide, which is the annexure background. I think the slide is a repetition. We can go to the next one. Telkom Tower North and the annexure building recently underwent major upgrades through the repairs and refurbishment. You remember, Chair, we reported on this in the previous slide that we spent DBSA to construct, to refurbish the other towers. The project was completed around October 2020, at which the city of Tswana issued the execution certificate. A practical completion, there were several snags that were to be attended to within the defects liability period of the project. It must be emphasized, Chair, that the scope of work of the upgrade project was to achieve compliance in terms of the OHS Act and building regulations. The TFM implementation at Telkom Towers North and annexure building challenges. The challenges remain. As I've said, in the week of 26 February 2024, the Department of Labor issued a provision note, and that means that there was a contravention within the same Telkom Tower North and annexure building. The deliberations during which which follow up during that time was looking at one. We looked at the issues around mechanical, electrical, civil, and structural defects, which were not executed during the upgrade. So these were not included and were not executed during the upgrade by DBSA. And the DPWI, through the appointed TFM solution has so far addressed most of the provision notices in relation to lighting, ventilation, servicing of fighting equipment, removal of the extension cords, and to some degree assisted the SAPS with the provision notice regarding the housekeeping of the building. However, the TFM was unable to attend to several other mechanical, electrical, civil, and structural defects which were not executed during the upgrade. This additional work is in respect to the installation of the fire sprinkler heads, installation of the missing portable fire extinguisher, major works on the HVAC plant, electrical power, and power socket outlets. The process has commenced to engage the Department of Labor to conduct an inspection of the services and also try to raise the funding internally to see whether we can look into that solution of reviving the HVAC plant. Because currently there are other departments, DOJ has got an interest if SAPS doesn't want to take that to occupy the building. Honorable Judge Mlambo has been into that building, and he's very keen if SAPS is not prepared. So we just need to finalize those minor issues. If SAPS is not available, we might be taking the proposal of the DOJ to occupy that particular tower node. There are issues, Chair, when the SAPS vacated the building. The issues were in relation to in the main, to find them alternate accommodation, sort of a decampment. There were a number of areas that we experienced when we're looking at finding them a temporal alternate accommodation. The interim accommodation is as required the following provision notice being issued by the Department of Labor, which led to the closure of the Telkom Towers and the evacuation of all members. They then requested that around Pretoria, they will appreciate if we find them a 3,900 square meter and 140 parking bays for a period of 12 months. And what we did then, we then say, look, at that time, they must give us a procurement instruction, which they then gave us. We then started to negotiate with the SIR, but we will then needed them to confirm. That did not happen, Chair. Why we were looking at that decampment, it's a decampment in which we had procured previously for the Department of Education, which then did not take it up. However, given that they didn't take up, we wanted to establish whether that site was still available to be used as a decampment, because it was an emergency procurement. Based on the fact that CSR accommodation was procured, but not occupied. And what happened then, Chair, we then requested SAPS to view the accommodation. The viewing was arranged, and the SAPS viewed the building twice. Then SAPS sent a letter to DPWI confirming their interest on the building block 10, building 10, block F and G, which is currently vacant. The submission was approved by the DDG REMS, and the movement of SWTSR was based on the fact that it's going to be a decampment, and the place was available based on our previous engagement with them on the DHET. And we could have, given the emergency, that was the most appropriate, available, and alternate accommodation. We then, as the Minister directed, the submission was prepared for the Minister concurrence, and the DPW indicated that they are withdrawing. And the procurement of CSR letter 2025 April 25. In the absence of the concluded procurement, DPWI cannot move SAPS to CSIR. Chair, with regard to the investigations, the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure has launched an internal investigation into the management of the Telkom Tower complex, the headquarters of the Southern Police Services. The scope of the investigation includes determine whether due processes were followed prior to the purchase of the building complex, determine whether the department procurement policies, procedures, and guidelines were adhered to in the purchase of the property, determine whether any departmental official should be held liable for mismanagement, the dereliction of duties related to the underutilization of the property, including failure to maintain, rehabilitate, renovate the property for intended use, determine the nature, extent, and value of financial loss by the department. 5, determine the extent of any irregular, illegal activity and involvement of identified DPWI official or third party service provider, collect lawfully admissible evidence with a view for instituting disciplinary, civil, and criminal charges against complicit parties. Recommend appropriate cause of action to be instituted, DPWI, where irregularities have been confirmed, represented the department during disciplinary hearing, criminal proceedings, and civil recovery. Prepare A1 statement on behalf of the department in case of criminal referral. The investigation forecast on the period 2015 until 2024. DPWI officials have been interviewed, and SAPS officials will then be interviewed next. The preliminary report has been drafted and is being reviewed. The final report is due July 25, 2025. And the way forward, Chair, that is noted that is an integrated design proposal towards supporting the revitalization of Telkom Tower CGO and Public Works House as a accommodation solution for the second police services in Pretoria. SAPS to support and sanction DPWI to continue with the proposed revitalization of Telkom Tower CGO and Public Works House as an accommodation solution and precinct of SAPS in Pretoria. DPWI to advertise a request for proposal in order to determine the best practice and to ascertain possible design solution in order to provide the best possible accommodation for SAPS, other than we will then make it available for other departments' use. SAPS to support the proposal of the ROT accommodation delivery model, which is a form of the PPP model. The model is proposed due to the scale of the project, and it will also include facility management component. Other user departments such as Justice, as I've said, they've also expressed interest in the interim accommodation solution. And we then submit this chair to the Portfolio Committee of Public Works and Infrastructure to take note of the updated maintenance activities and the proposal with regard to Telkom Towers. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much to the head of PMTE. Well, as the chair requested me that when he's still moving to a certain place, I must continue. But however, thank you very much with the presentation. We will we'll engage on this presentation, but I'll be the first to ask question. Then I'll be followed by Honorable Bath. Then after Honorable Bath, Honorable Numalo will come. Then we'll take the second bench of hands when we are done with this one. But in starting, Chair, I am worried on the pace, very much worried on the pace, or that we seems not being interested in resolving the crisis that is there at Telkom Tower. Because at first we acknowledge that there's a problem at Telkom Tower when we were even there on our oversight visit. But when you look at the report, you will see that there's no progress or much progress on this matter. But one will want to ask from the PMT, the head of PMT, since we came for oversight and now, what are improvements or progress in trying to resolve this matter? Number two, I will want to check from the PMTE whether the SACP, the subs, they still want to use this building or not. But however, if they are not willing to use this building anymore, whether there are possibilities that we give them back as they proposed before that they want to give up this lease as per the letter of the minister. Is that possible? Because according to me, I would have done the same if I was subs. Because I can't pay an accommodation that I'm not using for the past 3 or 4 years. Because we have found this problem when we're in office, we are the year in office, and also there's no progress that has been made. Also, one will also wish to check, because you are saying there was an investigation initiated with the first minister, and even the second minister initiated the presentation, that it might be out before end of this month, according to you. Where is the first one that was initiated by the minister? And even after we have received those investigations back, but the problem here is the building that is not in usage, and the money that was spent, and what do we do with the building? As much as there are reports that are going to come and people are going to be arrested or whatsoever to recoup all those monies, what do we do with an initial building that has been there, not in usage, even now? The last question that I want to ask from PMTE, the head of PMTE, is that will you attribute the failures of the Telkom towers to the inefficient or inefficient management and corruption? I'm not sure whether the failures of Telkom towers, can you attribute them to the inefficient management that we have or corruption that has transpired in that regard? You can come in, Honorable Bart. After Honorable Bart, then Honorable Numa will come in. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Acting Chairperson, and greetings to the department. I'm going to try and be concise, but I do also want to reiterate what the former speaker has raised, and that since the Portfolio Committee visited Pretoria and visited Telkom Towers, the North Tower and the Annex Tower, or the Annex Building, it's very clear that this presentation doesn't really reflect any progress or any change whatsoever. And I think that's quite concerning. And I think that it's important to take as many learnings as possible from the Telkom Towers. I called it a disaster in my speech last week because it is really a disaster. And make sure that we don't let something like this ever happen again. But it is quite concerning that there's been very little progress. I wanted to find out on slide 8, which speaks to the total facilities management contract. I want to find out, was that contract established with the intention of looking after SAPs being in the building? In other words, was the contract signed to facilitate SAPs being the tenant of those various spaces within those two buildings that we visited? And what are the contract implications or the cost implications? Because as has been mentioned, that contract is in place for 36 months, but SAPs are not using the building. So I want to find out, whether or not there is value for money in having a full contract when the tenant is not actually in the building. The next one is with regards to the prohibition notices and the 200 million rand refurbishment. On the presentation on slides 12 and 13, it indicates that 200 million rand upgrade, which was actually done to be able to accommodate SAPs thereafter, was completed in October 2022. But the prohibition notices were issued by the Department of Labor in February 2024. What happened in those 16 months? What happened between October 2022 and February 2024? And of the issues that were raised by the Department of Labor, what is still outstanding preventing the buildings that have been identified from being occupied? Then I think just a general comment regarding slides 15 and 17, which talk to the CSIR and space at the CSIR being identified for use by SAPs. My big concern is that it seems that a lot of work has been done by PMTE to facilitate the Department of Higher Education and the Department of Higher Education being accommodated at the CSIR. only to then read that the Department of Higher Education changed their mind and no longer want that accommodation. For me, that's a really big waste of the department and PMTE's time, its energy, and we know how much back and forth there is when it comes to identifying spaces, signing lease agreements, etc. So why did the Department of Higher Education change their mind? And why, since they've changed their mind, can SAPS not move in if that space is suitable or has been found suitable in the meantime? Just one or two more questions. With regards to the investigation that's currently underway, I note that it says that the department officials have been interviewed, but not yet the SAPS officials. But that on the 25th of this month, 25th of July, we're expecting the first report or draft report. Is it possible that a report can be ready if the SAPS officials involved in the Telkom Towers arrangement haven't been interviewed as yet? And yeah, the last question is just with regards to the refurbish, operate, transfer model that Mr. Sabanda raised or shared with us. Would there be a duplication? We note that Telkom Towers was purchased and then 200 million rand was spent on the Telkom North Tower as well as the annexure. But if we now go and do a refurbish, operate, transfer program there, will we not be duplicating the 200 million rand that's already been spent? So those are my concerns and my questions. Thank you, Chairperson.
Honorable Ngumalo.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Yeah, I would like to also greetings to the DM and all the officials, greetings to my colleagues from this committee. Yeah, on behalf of the MKP, once more, I'd like to welcome our new member, Ms. Pilasande, Honorable Pilasande Mkhize. Yeah, like as the chair have said, you're warmly welcomed here. Yeah, you are indeed warmly welcomed. Now, you see, I would like to concur with the previous two speakers on this matter. Somebody told me that there are three groups of people. The first group of people that I just want to talk about briefly. When there is a problem, you'll have those that are amazed that there is a problem, right? And the second group is made of people who talk about the problem. And the last group, which is the third group, it's made up of people who are solving the problem. So I'm not sure where does PMTE fits in those three groups, but I feel looking at the progress that is not there, actually, I don't think they form part of the third group. I think they form part of the first and the second group, because we've been talking about this thing as far as October last year, and we haven't had any tangible results when it comes to that. Now, there are a few things that I would like to raise here. We have an institution like Public Works and Infrastructure, whereby it has people who are employed there with rules and regulations which are in place, people who are there to account for whatever that they need to account for. It doesn't make sense to me as to why it takes so long for investigations to be concluded, because the problem has already been identified, not today, but many years ago, and we haven't had any progress whatsoever in terms of ensuring that those who are perpetrators are brought to book. It's not like we have a situation where we've got faceless individuals who are responsible, but who cannot be traced. Here we've got the rules and regulations, we've got paper trails, we've got everything. So it doesn't really make sense to me as to why it has taken so long to have these matters addressed properly. And another thing that I just want to raise, did you have, I'm posing this question to PMTE again, in your engagements with the with SAPS. Exactly what is it that is blocking them from occupying these offices? I'm just interested. I know that the problem might not be on their side, but I just want to find out from you as to, according to them, what is it that is blocking them from occupying those offices? And have you addressed their concerns? And what is it that is stopping you from addressing those concerns that they are raising? And another thing, have you considered an idea of having an ad hoc team that will look into this matter, that will be formed by SAPS and PMTE, so that it can expedite this process of ensuring that this building is occupied? And lastly, I heard in your report you said there's another department that has shown an interest in occupying these buildings, which is a good thing. But my concern is, since SAPS are spending so much on annually on lease agreements, what is going to happen there if this other department takes over? What is going to happen with this 444 million? I mean, where will they go to? Do they have another option, maybe, that will see a reduction in terms of these leases that are being paid? I think I need to stop there for now. And lastly, Honorable Bath has touched on the issue of the 200 million. And I'm also very much interested in that one as to, did you have what is this, an investigation, proper investigation, where if there is an investigation, at what stage is this investigation? And yeah, let me stop there for now. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ngumalo. I think the chair will indicate to me when he has settled, while I'm continuing noting hands. Now we are going to go to Honorable Marcus. After Honorable Marcus is Honorable Marais. After Honorable Marais, Honorable Kobe. Honorable Mkize, I think because you are new in this portfolio committee, we have adopted a strategy, or I'm not sure a strategy or what, that we don't come to a meeting without asking questions. We don't want to be paid for doing nothing. So I'm going to forgive you for now. But if you want to ask, I don't forbid you. I'm going to give you an opportunity in the next round. I'll see by the show of hand if you want to ask something. But because you are new, I'll forgive you now. In that order that I've noted. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson, and greetings to honorable members and the officials present in the meeting, and also thank the presentation that was done in the meeting. Chair, I would like to follow suit from the honorable members that asked their questions in relation to this building called the Telkom Towers. It's unfortunate that I was not part of the site visit that we conducted as a committee. And then I think out of all the issues that were raised in that visit, I think I want to agree with the latter speakers in terms of the slow pace that PMT is moving, and that seemingly nothing is being done. And that I also want to also say that it can't take forever for them to get to the bottom of this investigation that they are talking about. And also, Chair, on the issue of this building, I think when it was bought and refurbished or renovated, it was meant for SAPS. And I think the specification, in my understanding, was supposed to be according to what they wanted. It can't be now at this point in time that we are not really told why
SAPS does not want to occupy this building? And also, if they do have their reasons, why are they not giving this building to a department that is having interest? Because it continues to run at a loss, as so much money has been spent with South Africans having an issue of why is there a building that is empty standing where money of taxpayers was utilized. I want to check, Chair, in the issue of was there any certificate of occupancy by SAPS prepared by the department? And if there was, what is the progress on that? And if there was not, what is preventing them not to have that? And the second question, Chair, I want to check whether on the issue of the management of the facility, whether a Bidvest is operating at the Telkom Towers as the facility manager. If yes, what are the cost implications on that? As they were also given the North Wing, which is currently not occupied, and that contract was given to them according to the report. And then also, if Bidvest is not the facility manager, what is their plan to have a facility manager in the Telkom Towers? And if it's not Bidvest, then who is it that is managing this facility, so that we are clear of what exactly is happening in that building? And then lastly, Chair, in general, if a PMTE is preparing the buildings for these departments, what plans do they have in place to enforce the departments to comply and occupy this building after it has been refurbished or renovated to their satisfaction, to prevent wasteful expenditure? Because this is a high level of waste that is picked up on taxpayers' money, and it is indeed unacceptable. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Marais.
Thank you, Chair. I also want to start and say it's a pity that I couldn't make the site visit when we were in Pretoria, because it always gives you better insight when you at the premises itself. Two of my questions, pertinent questions, has already been asked. I'm not going to repeat them. I just want to know, was there a request sent out to, like in the national, we've got more than 40 departments. Was there a survey of the need of accommodation to the other departments on a national level, so that we could establish what is the need of other departments maybe to take up space in these buildings? I'm also concerned that a department can withdraw while they originally indicated they're interested to occupy one of the buildings. What happened there? What is the case? Because it is not a quick decision just to overnight to withdraw. So something is wrong in that regard. So, and this project is one of the most costly exercise projects that ever been done by Public Works. And I think we really have to focus now getting this one right, or we must back it. It's either the one way or the other way, because we can't go on with throwing money after something that is not going to materialize to the effect that it should be done. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Kobe.
Thank you so much, Chair. I think, like the previous speakers, I have been very much largely covered, because in all honesty, there isn't a lot to say, because there has just been no progress since we have been to the Telkom Towers. The last time we went there, the department did indicate that, you know, the building was almost ready. It just had a few challenges here and there, which was, I think, the ventilation here and there. And, you know, in terms of occupational health safety requirements, those were the little issues. Now, and also a certificate was actually issued. The department did indicate, and SAPS indicated, that we're given a certificate of occupancy, but there were just these little tweaks and peaks in places. I just want to know, in terms specifically of occupational health safety, how far is the department on it, on the Telkom towers? And also, we've noted that you say that 22 leases are still active. However, I just need to know, is it 22 or 44? I'll tell you just now. I think the department has said that 22 leases, yes, 22 leases are still active. I just need to know of these leases, how many have lapsed in terms of, you know, the long-term agreement between SAPS and the department, which ones are running on a month-to-month basis, and what is the value thereof, and what is the effect of them cancelling their long-term leases and running on a month-to-month basis to the department in terms of running their maintenance onto SAPS. And also, I think, Chair, as a way forward, this department needs to maybe from a lower level. I think the issue right now, it's sort of blanketed, and we are having an umbrella approach. If maybe they could give us a project manager who is assigned to this project, so that the project manager can tell us detail by detail in terms of the breakdown of it, the timelines, and the expected completion of it, so that this issue can be brought to finalization. I understand that an investigation is still ongoing, but we still need to know, in terms of a way forward, what is the department doing with SAPS, and specifically how the department plans to break up its workload so that this is brought to a completion. I understand, and also with regards to the procurement of CSIR as alternative accommodation, what is the opportunity cost that was experienced by the department due to the cancellation or last-minute cancellation thereof, and the cost implications of it on the department? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I think the last person, it will be Honorable Ngosi, because Honorable Tapa, she's not here. Honorable Ngosi, you can come in. Then after, we are going to give it back to...
No, thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. One must welcome the presentation made by the PMTE. Chair, I want to join by welcoming Honorable Pilasande, as we've already done in our group as well. She must feel welcomed in the portfolio committee. Chair, I think I will also join my colleagues in asking the question with regards to the investigation that is said to be finalized or presented by the 25th of July as preliminary report. One, just want to know from the PMTE that the investigation report that is gonna come, is it gonna come whilst the SAPS was not interviewed? Because according to the information that I have, is that SAPS have not yet been interviewed, but we are saying the report, it's now ready. I just want to check that. Are you not gonna allow the SAPS as well to say something or interview it? That is my question, Chair. And join my colleagues with regards to the facility manager. That is very much key to have such a manager, so that he can be able to outline all the issues, as the previous speakers has just said. The other questions that I want to check, Honorable Chair, as we have indicated and other colleagues indicated that the slow pace of PMTE with regards to the issues raised, it's concerning. On our oversight visit, I remember one of the resolution took in the meeting was that the department as well as the SAPS must have a meeting and deal with all the issues affecting them in this building. As Babnumalo was asking the ad hoc committee, I thought that when they present the report, they will also indicate maybe and outline their report as to when they meet regarding the matter, what was their resolutions regarding the matter or the challenges faced by the SAPS. I thought that you'll get that report indicating that they've met indeed, and these are their recommendations or resolution taken in that meeting. So, Chair, I want to check with the PMT, as we know that when we were there, we found that the building, somewhere, somehow, there were no air conditioners were not working. The electrical wiring was not done. The labor raised those issues on the faulty electrical wiring, as well as that of the unmaintained fire extinguishers and the air conditioning system, as I said. I just want to check the progress with the department. Have they maintained that? Have they tried to correct those issues or those challenges that we find there with regards to that? And lastly, Chair, with the delay of the completion of the project, how is the department or PMTE dealing with the exorbitant prices spent on private lease paid by SAPS? Thank you very much, Chair. I submit.
Thank you very much to Honorable Ngosi. I'm going to give it to the head of PMT, Mr. Sibanda. You can come in.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the questions. I've got my colleagues who are at the meeting as well. I believe they will be, they will assist. I will answer some of the questions, of which some I will point to the colleagues to respond. The honorable members must note that this matter has been going on for the last 10 years. The process started in 2015. Let me further explain what is the role of PMTE so that the members can appreciate the same frustrations we experience. Chair, PMTE is an agent that facilitates the process of providing accommodation for state departments. There are more than 40 of them that we provide accommodation for. Like any entity, whether it's private entity that provides accommodation, you provide accommodation on the basis of mutual agreements. PMT operates within the same premise. Just to elaborate that, Chair, if it was for us or myself or even the ministers themselves, we will have addressed quite significantly a number of areas without having to receive any mutual agreement or concessions from departments, whether it's the provision of leases or the process of allocating departments to state properties. We are currently busy, Chair, so that we understand the process, how it works. The instructions for us to undertake any work comes from the client department in the form of a procurement instruction. The client department, because they hold the budget, and therefore they determine whether they will want a permanent solution or they will want a temporary solution. The minister have said we need to do away with temporary solutions. As part of that undertaking, we are currently busy requesting departments to give us their priority needs in terms of projects that they've got budget for, because we don't carry the budget, that they need us to undertake. That is the first thing. Secondly, we're also requesting department to give us their priority list in terms of projects that they want us to undertake through the triple model. I'm saying this because if those departments don't respond to those calls, we will remain with the high number of private leases until, of course, cabinet takes a decision to give impetus to PMTE to solely determine the needs of each client department in terms of their allocation through their submission of needs assessment. That will make our life easy. We can decide tomorrow, and we don't need to engage and negotiate and agree and disagree with the department. It becomes a tedious process. Some of these departments, like for example, I think I will mention few, that very difficult to negotiate with, DOD and SAPS. As much as we meet with SAPS chair on a monthly basis, as much as we have our own historical issues of non-performance that they have expressed on us, but we said, look, we acknowledge those issues. We are building capacity. We want to go forward. And at the moment, the general view is that among those big departments, with the exception of DOJ, is that they will prefer to do other functions themselves because we have failed, being judged on historical performance on some of the issues where we have not delivered. But the construction sector itself has got its own issues and challenges. But in terms of our impetus to regulate and determine needs of client departments, it's very much constrained, Chair. Same applies to Telkom Towers. I will then get into the details. The first, Chair, you asked questions in terms of us in resolving the matter. We do meet, Chair, at the technical level. We have a number of meetings. We've discussed Telkom Towers. But the issue of Telkom Towers is shrouded on a number of complex, I will say, issues that I believe the investigation will unveil. And for that reason, one cannot determine exactly to say, Chair, as you requested me to express, whether it's as a result of mismanagement or fraudulent. I can't say that. I don't have that kind of sight on the report itself, even the preliminary report, to determine what could have been the cause, except to say that it was a two-way process, which involved our officials and it also involved the SAPS officials. Even if our officials had done everything 100% correct, the client department had to move and take occupation. Whether our role prevented the client department to move in, those will be determined by the investigation. And in my observation and my own empirical information I received from the colleague was that they have done as much as possible. I would say 95% on their part. The balance, of course, remains with the prerogative of the SAPS to take occupation. So I believe the investigation will take. I even said to the AG, you can't give us a material irregularity on Telkom Towers and leave out the client department, which has got a huge leverage in terms of determining what needs to be done. Not public works. Public works is constrained. Chair, the issue of whether public works is still interested. In our discussions with the colleagues from public works, I mean from SAPS, to determine whether they are still interested. They are interested, provided that we address those structural issues. That is at the technical level, but their interest will only be confirmed if the senior management has accepted. However, given the latest development and the letter we've received last year, October, from the minister, it was clear to us that there is and of course, an expression of unwillingness to really work on Telkom towers. That expression is unfortunate because it's coming outside the process of investigation to determine the causal effect of what led to the dereliction of Telkom towers in the main. So we will really hope that the investigation will address those issues and come up with a solution. We will have the revitalization solution that we have brought forward. Is our way of addressing the problem that we have realized. It's not only Telkom towers. You've got Public Works House, you've got Civitas, you've got Department of Agriculture. You've got quite a number of buildings in the city center, Chair, which we have said on various occasions, and we express our views to say, at the very same time, we have a huge portfolio. For example, in Pretoria alone, Pretoria takes almost 45% of the total lease portfolio in the country in terms of monetary value. So we have to address those issues in Pretoria. Yet we have got that issue to address using the very same vacant buildings that we have around Pretoria. And the revitalization proposal, of course, Honorable Bath, the 200 million rand, if we undertake the ROT program, we'll have to determine how much of that has not yielded any significant positive contribution towards the value of the building. And perhaps the investigation will do that. But the ROT, of course, it's not looking at the tower, it's looking at revitalizing the entire precinct and to try to derive value out of it. And we have expressed on our presentation to say, if you go and construct the same in a greenfield, you are highly likely to spend 10 billion rand, 10.4 billion rand. However, our proposal is that we can revitalize these properties and spend around 4 billion. However, given government does not have that kind of access to that kind of funds, we then come up with an alternative. It's another innovation that we are bringing forward to say, look, we can come up with an ROT program that will then seek private sector investment and derive mutual benefit for both the state and the private sector and for future generations to really remain with the ownership of those state facilities. However, we will then transfer and mitigate the risk through the participation of a private partner. We want to go to the market and call for expression of interest in that field. However, we can't do that if we have not yet established who will then become a beneficiary of that process. And the team is busy trying to undertake that process so that we can establish among the number of buildings, as Honorable Maria said, more than 40 departments. We have to establish and how many of those departments in an event SAPS finally decides they will want to go on a greenfield and spend 10 billion, which again, I don't think we'll ever have that money. If you look at the total lease of 44 leases in Pretoria alone, we will never have that kind of money to outrightly come up with a constructed facility and in a short space of time. So this is a solution, Chair. Then I will request my colleagues to respond. I will start with in this order, Chair, so that they can also understand the pressure around this. I will start with Mr. Samuels. You will then respond, and then on the TFM issues, and then DDG Bato will respond on the 200 million rands expenditure. And also, we will also DDG RAMS or a rep will then talk about the Department of Higher Education. This is and what is the way forward today, and also DDG Suban. Then she will talk about what is the status of the 40 other departments, and how do we get them to come in on board. But before I hand over to the colleagues, we will have to accept and acknowledge that the proposal by Honorable Gobe that we need to have a project manager and be given the powers that will then overreach all the branches and have one person looking at that solution. I think it's one thing that we are taking note. I think it's one thing that we will have to implement. To say for Telkom Towers, let's just have a project management unit that will deal solely with Telkom Towers and not to be embroiled in the bureaucratic of our departments and fragmented units that we have. That proposal, I think I will speak to the unit, to the team, and then we'll make a submission to the Honorable Minister for approval, so that we establish a project management unit that will investigate and come up with a solution for Telkom Towers. That will then come up with a project execution plan and also alternate use of the building. They will also undertake the high-end and best use of that building, and also give a solution. I think that proposal is highly looking at that solution and how it's difficult even for me to manage these reports. One-stop unit will be highly welcome. And also, Mr. Mahlangu will then respond on the investigations. In that order, Chair, with your permission, if you can allow these colleagues to come in. DDG Kafile, if you also want to add, you can also add. She's our program manager. Thank you, Chair. If you may allow these colleagues to respond. Thanks.
Thank you to the head of PMTE. In the order as requested, we can proceed.
Chair, if Mr. Samuel is not here,
Chair, sorry, I am here.
Oh, please come in, yes.
Good afternoon, Chairperson. Good afternoon, Honorable Chair and Honorable members. I'm going to respond to the issues on Telkom Towers North. I think the questions were coming from more than just one member. It was from Honorable Barth, from Honorable Marcus, from Honorable Kobe, as well as from Honorable Maria, I think. I think what is important for us to notice, maybe I should start right with regard to the prohibition notices. So, first of all, Telkom Towers North, where we have a total facilities management contract, is just one of the 12 towers at the Telkom Towers precinct. So the answer to the question as to whether the TFMC was established for SAPS, the answer is yes. The TFMC, the Total Facility Management Contract, is there for SAPS. In terms of the fact that SAPS had to approximately a year ago vacate the building, it was as a result of the prohibition notices that were issued. There were 6 prohibition notices that were issued. The prohibition notices included issues related to mechanical and electrical infrastructure, but also domestic issues related to SAPS. So, for example, the cables, the electrical issues with regards to what the Department of Labor identified was the fact that there were leads that were running across the floor, as well as on the fire escape side, there was a blockage of the fire escapes by items like fridges or microwaves and so on. All of those have been addressed. Through the TFMC that we have managed to get the Department of Labor to revoke the prohibition notices. And I have in front of me, I was going to try to share that, but there's no sharing rights, but I don't think it's necessary. So in terms of section 31 of the prohibition notice that was served on public works, or on SAPS actually, the prohibition notices was served on SAPS. That prohibition notice was lifted or was revoked by the Department of Employment and Labor. What is outstanding, Chairperson, is the issues that were left undone or incomplete with the capital project that was executed by the DPSA, I think it was around 2022. And for that reason, we cannot get a new occupation certificate. What was done in 2022, the Tshwane municipality issued an occupation certificate, but just for 12 months, on the condition that the outstanding work left undone in 2022 would also have to be completed. Some of that outstanding work included the fireman's lift, the fire seals, as well as issues related to the air conditioning system and the fire extinguishers. But because of an issue around funding, that could not be done through a capital project. What we have done, we have within the budget of the TFMC now, we have addressed or tried to address, we are in the process of addressing the fireman's lift, the fire seals, as well as the outstanding issues that regarding the fire escapes and the fire extinguishers. And we have a project execution plan for us to have that. Remember, this is the work that was left undone by the previous project, to have that done by October of this year. Originally, the total cost to address the outstanding work from the capital project was about 22 million rand. But because that money was not available, we are utilizing funds within the budget of the TFMC for us to execute that work. As I've indicated, all of the prohibition notices have already been issued. The question with regards to Bidvest. So Bidvest was appointed by the department on about 2016 to execute some facilities management services on the Telkom Tower precinct. But that was for a limited period, I think, of about 6 months. And the expenditure or the budget for that was around, I think, 20 million rand. But that contract has long been expired. The contract that is running now is a contract, a TFMC, where we have a binding contract with a company called Service for around 2 million rand a month. But in summary, I think it's important also to note that the electrical issues that Honorable Kobe mentioned, all of those electrical issues have been addressed. In fact, it was easy for us to address it because it was just a question of us removing the extension cords that were taken from the electrical socket outlets to either toasters or microwaves or workstations or heaters. And that was easy for us to address. And then all of the other issues, as I say, I have in front of me the revocation by the Department of Labor for those issues, except for the fireman's lift, the fire seals, and the issue regarding to the occupancy certificate, which, by the way, wasn't raised as an item by the Department of Labor. That is a City of Tshwane issue. I think I've summarized the questions related to the TFMC for Telkom Towers North, Chair. Thank you.
Chairperson, if I could just maybe make a comment on what's just been presented.
Well, I thought I'm going to give you another round if you don't mind.
It's fine, Chairperson. It's to the points that have just been shared. I don't know. Sometimes I have lots of questions and lots of answers. You tend to lose the plot, but I'll follow your guidance, Chair.
Okay, sure. Then another one who's responding.
Thank you, Chairperson. It's Batu Mokoti from the Department of Public Works. Our Honorable Chair, mine is on the aspect related to what was done on the 200 million rand component on the Telkom Towers. The work that was done was limited to the phase 1 migration, as per the instructions for the procurement, for us to proceed on just the one tower. We then were instructed to work with the DBSA, the Development Bank of South Africa, who then undertook the role as the implementing agent. The Development Bank of South Africa appointed a professional service provider. I seem to forget the names of these service providers because it's quite some time ago. But the professional service providers undertook the scoping of the project, and as per the procurement instruction received, that the firefighting installations will then be repaired. The electrical and lift installations will be repaired. The repair of the HVAC installations, the repair and replacement of floors and finishes, and also obtain a compliance certificate of the building once the work was then done. The work commenced accordingly, and the final account for the contractor, when the contractor was appointed, it came to a figure of approximately 155.9 million rand. The contractor's name was Ruacon, who were appointed by DBSA in April of 2019. And upon the completion of the project, the professional team then obtained a certificate of occupation from the city of Tshwane. In addition to the costs, there were costs in relation to the professional service provider and also a management fee, which the DVSA were then paid, which then increased that figure of 155.9 million rand to approximately around 180, I think, close to 200 million rand, as it has been reported in this particular meeting. The main concerns were that since the occupation certificate was issued in 2022, and then what happened since then till 2024, there were a number of issues that my colleague has raised about prohibition in relation to the cables that were laid. The contractor had made provision for electrical work, which was compliant around the perimeter of each floor. And the SAPS, when they got in, they laid cables outside of the approvals, and those cables that they laid were found not to be in compliant. The SAPS also had a fridges and certain equipment, as my colleague has indicated, that blocked the fire exit doors. But since the TFM has been put in place, majority of the items that were addressed have been ticked. There are only two aspects in the main in relation to the fireman's lift, which there's a part or cables that have been ordered to ensure that it is functional. Then there is an issue of fire seals, where on each floor there is a new requirement for fire not to pass through the entire stairwells, that you ensure that it's blocked at each level. And these are the issues that are currently being addressed. And we believe that once they are cleared, we should be in a position in the next few months. We will invite the Department of Labor, and we should be able to get a certificate going forward. There was a question raised around value for money, why we are continuously doing facilities management when there is no client in place. And I think it's within the principles of good asset management governance, where if we have an existing building and we are the owners, we need to ensure that it's compliant in terms of its repair and refurbishment. It needs to be up to date. The facility needs to be maintained. It also needs to be secured. And the aspect of us ensuring that there is a tenant in there is being addressed. There was SAPS officials in that particular building. They have now moved out, and we are working tirelessly to ensure that they come back, or we find an alternative department to occupy the space. Chair, I can end here for now. Thank you.
We are fine, Mr. Sibanda, or there's also Mahlang Kostangene, ne? Mr. Sibanda.
Good morning, Chair.
Morning, we can proceed.
My name is Nyeleti Mthethwa. Mr. Sibanda had asked me to respond on the Department of Higher Education and CSIR matter. Just to say that one of the greatest risks that we face as a department is that we do go out on tender on various occasions, and when we finalize the procurement, a client then is unable to move, or for whatever reasons. They usually have their own reasons, but that doesn't take away the risks that, and then as a department we run. It's easier when you procure and then they cancel before it's finalized. But the worst case scenarios have been clients pulling out even after the lease agreement has been signed, because then there's litigation. So when that type of scenario happens with the Department of Higher Education and Training, after the finalization of the procurement, we were told that their unions still want a conversation with them, because it involves moving from Pretoria Central to the other side of Mering Nodi Road. So they felt that there are labor issues to be considered during that. So, and obviously, as a department, we cannot force that particular outcome. So we had to wait. And during that period when we were waiting, the crisis at Telkom Towers of the Department of Labor prohibiting the building, we then sat down with SAPS to say, we do have space that we have procured for higher education. It's about 20,000 square meters. It's a huge space that we procured for higher education, but SAPS only needed about 4,000 max of that space, which we then engaged CSIR. They were back and forth and they had shown interest, but I think we have reached a point where the Department of Higher Education has now formally withdrawn from the procurement, because we thought at first it's just temporary to house SAPS, and then we can return to Telkom Towers whilst the issues have been resolved. But now Department of Higher Education has completely withdrawn from the procurement. Now we need to have engagements with CSIR to sever that relationship as less costly as possible. We had not signed a lease agreement yet, but it was awarded. And the award is subject to signing of the lease agreement. So those legalities that we're looking at, which then means that the space at CSIR may no longer necessarily be available, even for SAPS as a temporary space. Thank you, Chair. I hope I've covered the CSIR DHET matter.
Okay, Chairperson, good morning, and also greetings to the Honourable Minister, Deputy Minister, and the Honourable members. This is Sasa Subin. I will address, like on the request of the head PMTE, the issues of the user department's needs and how we address that. Now, at the outset, we received the needs assessments from the user asset management plan as per the requirement of GIAMA. And the department then develops the accommodation solutions to feed into the custodian asset management plan. The accommodation solutions that we look at is assessing the land and buildings that are available on the asset register. And then we link that to our strategic programs that is within the PMTE, which includes the Precinct Development Program, the ROT program, and the BOT program. Another program that is in advanced stages based on the cabinet memorandum is the Tshwane Inner City Regeneration Program. And this is where Telkom Towers was identified as a solution for SAPS and the entire campus. The precinct that was presented by Mr. Sibande as a total solution for SAPS. So if I also look at the question from Honorable Marais in terms of was there a survey in terms of the needs on a national level? So if we link that to the Tshwane Precinct program, yes, definitely so. If we look at Tshwane and the manner in which we do implementation, we can indicate at this particular stage we have 14 government head offices with 750,000 square meters of needs serviced with state-owned facilities. Now, in terms of departments that are leasing, it's 17 government departments with the extent of over 915,000 square meters. And therefore, there'll be a requirement now to service those needs via the programs that I've mentioned, which is currently on the go. Now, to do this, we have to assess in the main, like I indicated, the buildings that are available. And within Tshwane, that's exactly what we do. We look at what are the vacant state-owned buildings that we have, because that will be the first stage of maximizing the state-owned portfolio. And we have a list of buildings that are available. In the main, the bigger buildings, that we can quantify that to be at least I would say 4 or 5 buildings, which is Civitas, Public Works House, Telkom Towers at this stage, the Jewish Synagogue, and 38 Church Square. So we know the buildings, and therefore we match and place the departments towards the ideal accommodation solution, like in the case of SAPS. The SAPS requirements, besides the leases that are within the inner city, we've identified even in the outskirts of the inner city, we can bring in more departments. And the quantification with SAPS, the requirement is just under 200,000 square meters. Therefore, the solution that was presented for these 3 buildings, and even an ancillary building that's also available, where more development can happen to deal with the total solution for SAPS. And to also answer another honorable member's question, is there any other solution? The answer would be yes, it would be in a piecemeal approach. It won't be an integrated solution. Thank you, Chairperson, honorable members.
I think there was the last person, Mr. Mahlangu. If he's not here, thank you very much. Teacher, I can see you wanted to say something. If you wanted to say something in relation to the Telkom Tower, you can come in.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. And let me greet you, Chair, the honorable members, the DM, and also my colleagues. Chair, maybe summarize, let me just say summarize, because I picked up some questions would have been answered, but I think maybe let me quickly run through at a high speed on specifics that I believe are necessary to elevate. The honorable members have been asking what has happened since the portfolio committee have visited. And it appears that it's clear that very little has happened. And I want to confirm that the issue of the investigation has been done. We've appointed Kobodo and whom have given an interim report as being integrated. But I think what is important is the report in its, when we get a final report, I think it should actually guide the committee and people of South Africa what could have gone wrong and what are the issues. But I think I want to latch in to say the biggest problem with Telkom Towers, which I want to put on record, is that DPWI, like Mr. Spande said, did not wake up in the morning and bought Telkom Tower. That everybody knows. I do think and believe that whether the report will absolve us from this one, the reluctance from clients to take ownership or take occupation at the time that the building was finished is the major problem that would have caused a lot of challenges for us to incur such exorbitant costs. And we continue to do so across the building called Public Works House opposite CGO. We pay a lot of money. And as the department came up with this ROT, there is an element of us to really ramp up that program so that we can actually eliminate spending so much money along this particular issue. Maybe to elevate what Honorable Marais have said, did we really get to send a survey to other departments to occupy the spaces? I do believe that there was one interest that was registered by Department of Justice. Probably, Honorable Marais, it will be important that we, when we resolve this matter, we also ensure that we get other clients to consider, because what is becoming a problem for us, we are solidified on subs. And subs at some stage, they wrote a letter, as you've said, Chair, that they want out of Telkom Tower. In fact, they wanted a refund to that extent. And that was a minister-to-minister letter, to which I think we are not agreeing with that approach. We believe that that they've actually requested, they have to see through the decision that they've made. And on the issue of the OHS issues that were raised by Honorable Kobe, I do believe as we keep on not occupying the building from time to time, these occupational health and safety issues get to be started again where there's non-compliance. For instance, if the building is not used continuously, the air quality becomes a challenge in that particular respect on the building, because there's no people in that building. So you have to make sure that by and large you utilize spaces, because if it's not utilized, it starts growing other things that are not going to help you as the user of the building. And I want to request that maybe in the next meeting, when the committee calls us, which I believe at that time maybe would have actually received the report, that we allow a comprehensive presentation on that report once it has arrived, to be presented to the portfolio committee, so that at least it can then assist in terms of managing these things that are happening at Telkom Tower. I will stop at that, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, DG. I'm not sure whether the DM, there's something that you want to say, if you are still here. If the DM is not here, I'm going to take up follow-up questions, which will be the last round on this matter. I'm going to start with Honorable Bath, and after Honorable Kobe, you conclude. There are only two hands. It's Honorable Bath and Honorable Kobe. Then after, we are going to close the chapter on this matter. Thank you very much. Honorable Bath, you can come in.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. And yeah, I just wanted to say or make a comment rather on, I believe it's Mr. Samuels, if I'm not mistaken. It's encouraging to hear some of the feedback that Mr. Samuels gave with regards to the total facilities management contract. It's unfortunate that a lot of those details didn't make their way into the report, because the report on face value looks as though not much has been done. But I do think it is worth commending the innovation around using the total facilities management contract to close some of the gaps that were obviously left out of the 200 million rand project that was awarded to the DBSA as the implementing agent. I'm also encouraged by the fact that that Mr. Samuels mentioned that the outstanding items should be done by October this year. I think that, in my mind, tells me that should we be able to then, or should the department be able to get an occupation certificate noting that all the other issues have been lifted by the Department of Labour, that parts of the Telkom Tower precinct should then be ready for occupation, which would then obviously alleviate many, many issues. So I just want to get a comment back from the department on whether or not this is reliable and whether we could look forward to the Telkom Towers or the part of the precinct being used within this year by the intended occupants. I also want to ask on the issue that was discussed around CSIR, particularly the issue around the Department of Higher Education. I know that this is not an isolated incident. I have worked for Public Works in various capacities, and so often, and to the department's own detriment, the department is beholden to client departments who can at any point in time change their mind about things that can sometimes be menial, sometimes can be more important. But I think the department needs to, I think a resolution needs to be taken that the department relook at the way it deals with or allows its client departments to engage with it. It can't take an instruction or requirement from a client department, take it all the way through a tender and procurement phase, finalize it only then for the client department to change their mind. And this also spills over to construction projects. And I think the department needs to take a firm line with its clients to make sure that this stops happening, because it costs the department time, it costs the department money, and it costs the taxpayers money as well. And this has got to stop. So I really want to encourage a resolution be taken that the department, come back with a plan or a framework in which it would deal with its client departments to stop this from happening. The only last question that I have on the total facilities management contract is, who is paying for that? Does that money get paid for by the department? Is it coming out of the department's budget, or is it actually coming through from SAPS in the case of Telkom Towers? I think that's it from my side. Thank you, Chairperson.
Honorable Gobe.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, Honorable Beth is, I think his outlook is much more positive than I think I've experienced in terms of the responses from the department. And this is with due respect, but I think that a large, if we want to really solve problems, we can't always be looking at the department and the backstory and the background, which I think this is what Mr. Sibande did, with due respect, when he started his response. He started off by giving us a lecture about what the department does, especially as it relates to PMTE, which is what we are aware of. Our issue, I think, as a portfolio committee now is in terms of a way forward, and an updated way forward at that, because we were at the Telkom Towers in October. It's not a problem that we are starting. So when he speaks of the problem statement and he starts right at the genesis, we understand as a portfolio committee, we've been with this issue since the time that we came into the administration, since October, coming in and seeing it physically. What we want to know from the department is as it relates to a way forward. I mean, even a simple question that Mankosi asked to say, is the report going to be released without, the site of SAPS being thoroughly integrated into this report? We didn't even get an answer for that. And I don't think as a portfolio committee we should be placated in terms of being told there are processes, the agreement is based on mutuality. We understand that. And this is why other 44 leases are successfully implemented, because in terms of their mutuality and mutual agreement is that DPWI offers these services and the client department then on board because they are in agreement. It's based on mutuality. We understand that. The issue is Telkom Towers and why aren't people moving in? And we were there as a portfolio committee, and we saw even the department, they took us to the floors that we're working. The ground floor looks great. I think it was floor 22 as well that looked great, that was pristine. And it was upon our request to say we want to see 19 and some other floor, so that we need to assess holistically how the building is. And we could see that it's not habitable. It's not a building where I, as a proud police officer, can walk in and say I want to work in these premises, because the issues there were glaring and they were very, very apparent. So what I would like to know from the department is, from here on, what are the issues? As a portfolio committee, if we say we are going to come in the next 2 months, will we not find the occupational health safety issues that we have seen then? That's what I want to know from the department, as well as the 2 million rand that is paid monthly. Who then gets to bear the cost of it? Is it SAPS or is it the department? This is with regards to the appointment of service. And also, Chair, I want to know that the Department of Higher Education and Training agreed. They said they agreed with the tendering process. It continued, but as they were supposed to move in, then they suddenly had labor issues. What are these labor issues that were suddenly found out after the completion process of the whole tender? And I think, in order for us to solve this, Chair, in terms of SAPS and Telkom Towers, to be specific, I wonder if the department, if we as a portfolio committee should suggest that we must have a select committee for DPWI and SAPS as well, so that we kind of get into the gist of these issues and find a way forward. I understand that there's an investigation that is unfolding, but 1 billion rand has already been lost. It's already down the drain. And that's what we are trying to recover, and trying to see where the fault lines lie. But right now, as it relates to the progress of it, because even as we are sitting here, if they don't have a tenant, that means that there's an opportunity cost that this department is also not tapping into. So I would like to know from the department, maybe when can we be expected maybe to be completed, so that any tenant that wants to come in, not specifically to SAPS is already not interested. If we want to create a precinct, that precinct should be able to house any other tenant, right? So when will this be completed, so that we can tender it out to other client departments as well, and not be beholden to SAPS while the investigation is unfolding? I would like to know really from the department, when can they host us for an oversight that is satisfactory, where we can see that really SAPS is the one that's dropping the ball and not the department? Because I would like to exonerate the department, but as it stands, we are here to hold it accountable, and I think we're not doing it justice if this building will not be up and running in the next 6 months, so that we can start deriving real value from it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Gobe. Honorable Swande, you can come in and have a last bite. Then after the DG, we'll conclude on the matter. You can come in, Honorable Mr. Swanda.
Honorable Chair, thank you. I think, Chair, from my side, just to acknowledge the concerns of the honorable members, I will respond to Honorable Kobe, and I think the DG will also respond to Honorable Bath. But look, the first thing, Chair, as much as we'll always give the lecture, is for us to express our I will say, as Normal have said, there are three kinds of people. But I think in this report, we have provided all the three people in terms of being amazed and also providing the solution. The solution that we have provided requires the other party to come on board. The primary benefactor of that building is SAPS. We have not reached a final conclusion that SAPS is no longer going to use the building, pending the outcome of the ministerial meeting. And that is the first thing. And the secondly, we are also undergoing a process, as I've said in my prelude, that we are requesting departments to give us their priority needs. And there is a general consensus within departments themselves that we need to move away from the private leases towards state facilities. However, state facilities are not ready for immediate occupation. and we don't have that kind of we don't have access to that kind of money to recapitalize most of our assets. In total, we need 29 billion rand, but we can't go to the treasury and request that. We are meeting treasury on a regular basis. We have had a meeting last week with them, and we've expressed our dissatisfaction with the model in which works operates under. Chair, if, for example, we were a private entity, we would have taken a number of departments to court and sued them for breach of contracts and other, including the collection of debts. However, we operate under IGR, and we are definitely legally obliged not to take each other to court. And that is where we find ourselves, and we operate within that premise. What we have said is that to the research and policy team under acting DDG Ndo, as part of the amendment of the Public Works Act, let us look into giving PMTE or Public Works more impetus in terms of, and more powers in terms of enforcing departments to move towards state properties as a priority. And we know that the chair, at times it's very difficult. I mean, even when we request the priority list, there's this reluctance that there's bit of uneasiness for client departments to come on board. So perhaps a regulatory solution in terms of enforcing departments to really take what is available that meets their needs as far as it is a state state facilities concerned. That will assist us. However, we will still need to fund these state facilities. We need to finance them. Public Works does not carry the baseline in terms of the appropriation budget for accommodation charges. It stays with the client department until Treasury then review that devolution. We spoke to them about it. We will then have more powers to say, look, we're going to refurbish this building, and it does meet your needs. In the 3 years' time, we'll have a triple P on board. That Public Works will run over a period of 15, 20 years, so that the department can have a better office accommodation that is state-owned. Until such time that we've got that leverage, those powers to do that, we will always remain amenable to client departments in terms of them giving instruction, as the DG Subhane have said. So these are some of the challenges which are structural, Chair, and that we need to really look into them deeply. Had Public Works had those powers in terms of allocating SAPS to Telkom Towers, I think Public Works will be solely responsible and be held accountable for the non-migration of SAPS to Telkom Towers. So how do we deal with the entire ecosystem? For us, we will definitely need some impetus. One is to review the devolution framework in terms of the budget allocation. Two is to enforce that review within the Public Works Act. And for us, that is how we can enforce some of these processes. At this point in time, Chair, with regard to Telkom Towers, for us to await the outcome of the investigation will certainly assist us. I don't know when Mr. Mahlangu has responded, because he was supposed to give us an update and assurance to say when will this investigation be concluded and whether the colleagues from SAPS will be interviewed. In terms of the other client, definitely we're talking to DOJ. They are very much interested. They were impressed by the way Justice Mlambo was there in that building. I accompanied him with the team to take a tour. He was impressed with the boardroom. He was impressed with the offices. In actual fact, he wanted to move in with speed. Given the bureaucratic processes, that of course we have to speak to SAPS and get their undertaking in terms of their willingness to come back. If that is not done, we will then consider DOJ and give them a lease, whether it's a year or 2 or 3 years, whilst we look at a long-term sustainable solution for that particular tower. In terms of who pays the money, I think the colleagues will assist, Mr. Samuels, and also CFO is here with regard to serviced services. And then we will, but at the end of the day, we're all, as Public Works, it's our primary responsibility to look after all these buildings, which are state-owned. As that includes Telkom Towers, Chair. Thanks a lot. I'm not sure if the DDG, the DGs can respond before the DG can conclude and the DM.
Thank you to the head of PMT. If Lwazi, Mr. Mahlangu, if you are here, you can come in. The CFO can also come in to respond before you are giving to DG. Lwazi, if you are here, you can come in. It seems like he's not here. Mr. Samuel, you can come in.
Thank you, Chair. I hope you can hear me. I have a challenge with my devices at CGO, but if you can hear me.
We can.
Thank you. So just to respond to what Mr. Sibandi indicated, and also to respond to Honourable Member Bath. Honourable Member Bath, thank you for, it's very important for us to get such positive comments as well, especially in a meeting like this where one is sometimes a bit on the receiving side. So I think what we can do, we can give you the assurance. We can share with the committee. My DG, my head of PMTE, has the information where the estimate of the work that was needed to be executed following the original upgrade project was 22 million rand. And as I indicated, that money was not available. What we've been able to address now is within the budget of the TFMC. And again, earlier, I tried to flight the prohibition notice that has been revoked. But I just want to read the one so that Member Colby can also understand that one of the prohibition notices was allowing employees to occupy offices which have no access to ventilation, either by natural or mechanical ventilation system. We were able to address that, and I have in front of me the revocation of the prohibition notice. There is another element of normal air conditioning, which is comfort cooling. Comfort cooling is not a requirement in terms of the Occupational Health and Safety Act. The reason I need to mention that is that should Department of Justice or any other client department move in there in the future, there won't be a prohibition notice, but from a comfort cooling point of view, we'd have to do the normal things that you do on a building. And just to give Honourable Bath and Honourable Chair and the committee more comfort is that we will ensure that all of the issues that we have committed to here today in terms of addressing the occupancy certificate and the commitment that I made on behalf of the department that we will do it within the budget of the TFMC, we will continue to do that, and we will meet the deadline of October for us to address that. We will get the Department of Labour back, we will obtain an occupancy certificate, and the building will then be habitable. Other upgrades and things is a different issue, and that we can deal with later. Just in terms of, maybe I should leave the funding of the project to the CFO, but it's related to the accommodation charges. But I should maybe leave that to Ms. Prinsloo and the CFO. Thank you, Chairperson, DG and colleagues.
CFO.
Morning, Chairperson. The funding of the project, it will be based on the request that comes to finance. So we don't have it at this stage. So I wouldn't say there is funding or not until the request comes, because there was a discussion around ROT or BOT, which was seen as an option. Thank you, Chair.
Is there anyone that we are leaving behind before the DG can come in from the department? You can come in.
If you may allow Mr. Mahlangu to come in. He said it's in the platform. I'm not sure if you may allow him on the investigation part. Thanks.
Okay, you can come in, Lwazi. Mr. Mahlangu, you can come in.
Thank you, Chair. And Good morning, Chair and honorable members and colleagues. Apologies, Chair. I'm in an environment where network is a bit of a problem. Just additional to what the DG had reiterated earlier on, and also just band on the investigation. Let me start with the Telkom towers. I think there was also a question of what was the initial report that was done by the former minister. And then why do we have another investigation? Chair and members, is that there was no initial investigation that we did in terms of at the time. What we then started is that when there was a call to investigate the matter, we started on the terms of references on how we then deal with this matter to shape the investigation, a holistic investigation across. Then upon that time, when we were dealing with the terms of references, we were then made aware that SAPS on their own, they had already done an investigation.
Seems like you have disappeared.
Coming. But then what we then did, we continued with the investigation. As DG highlighted that we appointed service provider Koboto to investigate this matter, which is where we are in terms of the interim report, which we are reviewing, and also that it will be completed by the 25th. Now, part of the process when we're looking into that, because when Mrs. Banda was presenting, particularly the slides that spoke to the scope, which was an emphasis on who did what in terms of the processes from the 2015 up to 2024. We also looked into that context of saying the current we also need the voice of SAPS in terms of the areas and their responsibilities in terms of the migration, etc., etc. We have since written to the National Commissioner to request participation and then the collaboration in this respect. So when we are talking about the interviews that are coming, it is that component to say we want to have a holistic investigation report, not a report that is one-sided, which can be challenged. Because one of the issues that is very critical, especially the last point on that, is the A1 statement that will be if it gets to a point of having to take this to court. The A1 statement is that we do not want to be challenged on the basis of a one-sided report, and then we find that the other side has a different view on this issue. So it is in that context that we said holistically, this must also involve SAPS in terms of the interviews, have their side, have an understanding of how they interpreted things and how we had actually interpreted things. Particularly when you look at from a Kiyama point of view, what is the role of the client? What is the role of the custodian? It is at that stage that we are now concluding the report, which will be holistic and covering the aspects of the interviews. So we wanted to have a fully comprehensive report so that there's no finger pointing here and there. And then we get to the point of who is responsible and who caused the loss or irregularities between the department and SAP. And I think that is the point that we want this investigation to get to with regards to that, Chairperson and honorable members. And I think as DG said that at the request of the portfolio committee, when this has been finalized on the 25th, we can then provide the full scope of the investigation, the outcome of the investigation. Thank you, Chair.
Is Lwazi done or?
Yes, I am done, Chair, unless there is another aspect that you would like me to respond on. Yes, but on the part of the investigation and interviews, yes, I am done, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's give it to the DG.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I think when the Chair said, how would we attribute our failures to Telkom Towers, I think maybe the approach we are taking is not proper. And I want to lean on what Honorable Kobe is saying. She's saying, what is the way forward? Despite all these things that we keep on reporting and talking about, despite the investigation, etc., etc. I think some of the answers lies in what Honorable Maris said. Maybe I would propose, Chair, through you and the honorable members, that we provide a report that talks to our reaching out to other clients, what their needs are, what is the appetite like, also to say how soon can they move there, so that at least we're not actually talking about one and the same thing, about SEPs this, SEPs that, because I think it won't take us anywhere. Instead, it will create, as she was saying, an opportunity where we should have actually utilized the space so that we can reduce costs. So if the committee would allow us to consider such a report that will consider the other clients and how we can push them in to spaces that are available while we deal with other matters, I think that will maybe show some level of performance from our side on the basis of when the committee went to see Telkom Towers. It can't go back there without such a direction and or particular progress in that respect. So I think, Chair, that is what I would really want to encourage and request, and also further say to you that the other aspect of it is that the report, even if it comes, as Loaz has indicated, it will say what could have gone wrong. And it doesn't give us a way forward. The way forward should come from the experts that are employed in this department too, which I think at some point, Chair, and the committee, it would have been understood that the manner in which we run this particular game of leases, etc., has got to be also backed by experience and also comparative analysis to the private sector, so that we are able then to move with speed in that respect. With those words, Chair, I think from that side, I want to thank you for listening to us on this matter, and then request that we take all the points that have been raised and put them together towards responding in the next meeting, not to actually bring excuses. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Tichi. I think I agree with you that there must be a detailed report on the way forward in regard to the building, the Telkom Tower. And also there must be time frames. At least if this report can arrive to us in 14 days, we'll appreciate that. But in conclusion, I think our aim or our interest as the portfolio committee is that we want to see the building being used. The building, it can't be a white elephant since from 2015 up until now. So I think the interest of the portfolio committee together with the department, it must be that the building, let it be used as soon as possible. And we hope to receive that detailed report at least before 14 days, so that we'll understand what is the plan and what are time frames resolved in this matter. Thank you very much. We will move to the second presentation. I think the presentation is on the management boards, village management boards. We can come in so that we can quickly conclude. I see the hand. I'm not sure whether it's the legacy hand, Honorable Kobe, or you want to say something before I continue?
Yes, Chair, just before you move, I just want to say I feel a bit comforted and thank the team that just answered, including the DG especially, that the department will at least have a way forward and we can start really deriving some sort of value from it. So just want to acknowledge and thank the responses. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kobe. I'm not sure, Tichi, who's presenting on the issue of on the board, village board.
I think I can present, Chair. If Nola can just put the presentation.
Nola, you can flight in. DG, we're giving you 15 minutes just to conclude the presentation so that members will be able to prepare for themselves for the afternoon sitting.
Chair, is there anyone from the department that I can give hosting rights to that can be able to flight? Because it's difficult for me while I'm writing minutes at the same time.
Okay, is Tambela here?
I did. I'm here, teacher, but I'm using my phone to connect. Unfortunately,
Okay.
I'm here, sir.
Can you request? Can you request that chair through you that rather Tambela do the presentation if it's not flighted, because there seems to be challenges with the flighting of the presentation.
No problem. You can continue, but you can also ask Loazi to assist you if possible. Not Loazi Svande, because he was also having the rights to share while we are continuing. But the report, we have it here as members. You can proceed just for 15 minutes, then
Yeah.
we'll continue after that.
Tambela, can you just run through the report and then I will summarize?
Thank you. Good morning, honorable members, DG and senior management of the department, colleagues from Parliament. Chairperson, the report in a nutshell, it gives a background first about the Parliamentary Villages Management Board Act, which stipulates the duties and the functions of the board. In the main, Chairperson, the main function of the board, in the main, is the provision of transport for residents when they are in Cape Town from the villages to Parliament. Currently, the board that we have currently was appointed in March 2025, following successful annual general meetings where residents committees were elected, Chair. And the board had its first meeting on the 9th of May 2025, wherein the minister, as per the act, appointed the DG as the chairperson of the board, and board members then amongst themselves unanimously elected Honorable Masina as the deputy chairperson of the board. The board dealt with the other issue which was discussed on that meeting, was the nomination of signatories to the board's account. The board has an account, a check account with ABSA, where the monies are deposited. With the monies that would be deposited into the board account would comprises of the money that is appropriated by Parliament, transport monies that are received from tenant, and monies which are collected when tenants or clients make bookings for the utilization of the facilities. So the previous signatories to the board account, one, Mr. Sazona, was reassigned, and the other one, Ms. Penga, joined the Provincial Department of the Eastern Cape as the head of department. So the board members then nominated an official from the department as well as another board member, Honorable Ramulo Bank, to be signatories to the board account. But what I wanted to touch base on also, Chairperson, with your permission, is the issue of the board financials. Just to touch base on that one, Chairperson, for the past, the last board annual financial statements to be audited with for the 2012-2013. And then we had statements, annual financial statements for the subsequent years up to 20, just a minute, just a minute, let me go to my, I'm trying to check on my system. Okay, as I was saying, Chair, the board last audited annual financial statement was for the period 2012-2013. There are unaudited draft annual financial statements which were prepared by an external service provider for the financial years 2013 to 2019-2020. The reason for this, Chair, there are two-pronged. One, there was a period where we would find that there was no board in place at all. Because it becomes difficult, especially at the beginning of each administration. However, the second reason, Chairperson, was that the very previous last board, whose tenure ended in 2023, was not comfortable in endorsing financial statements for the period it was not in office. We went as far as sourcing legal opinion, Chairperson, from legal services that empowered the board to endorse them, but nonetheless, that did not materialize. The external service providers that we were appointed, it's normally for 3 financial years. And currently, there are no draft annual statements for the period 2020, 2021 to 2023, 2024. A decision was taken or was agreed between the Office of the Chief Financial Officer, the then Chief Director Prestige, and the Regional Officer Cape Town, Regional Manager Cape Town, that an internal team be assembled to prepare the annual financial statements. However, the team has reported that due to competing priorities, especially the time which has been absorbed for the payment of processing issues, the team has not yet concluded the statement. Furthermore, the board, during its last meeting, which was on the 9th, Chair, it suggested that it should consider appointing an accountant who would be able to pick up some of the issues early instead of the issues picked up at the tail end, by preparing the financial information on a daily basis on a dedicated financial system. Sorry. Yes. And if I may just also add, Chair, one of the issues that the current board or the previous board had was that this board, Chairperson, unlike other departmental entities, it does not have staff or an administrator. It is managed by officials from Prestige who are employed and have their own areas of responsibilities, but they juggle between that and the board. So now that the board had suggested that we have, in a way, through the office of the DG, who's the chairperson of the board, consulted the office of the DDG Corporate Services with an idea of trying to get HR to come up with a job, to create job description so that we could have a full-time administrator for the board. And if I may just say, the other issue, not the issue per se, the next board meeting is scheduled for the 24th of July, 2024. That will look at, amongst other issues, a report from the department about current and future projects for the parliamentary villages, and all the other issues that was raised by board members that they felt very strong that it should be part of the agenda, was the issue of backup of standby generators. Because, Chairperson, in all the pre-parliamentary villages, we've got backup generators, but currently they are being utilized for security measures. That would be the boom gates, the beams, and the cameras. When there is a load shedding or there is a power outage. Now, some board members were of the view that the department should consider rolling out that system to include the houses when there is a power outage or when there is power outage. So those are the issues that hopefully will be dealt with next week when the board meet. And there was another board meeting which was scheduled for the 29th of May, which was going to be a follow-up. However, the challenge that we had was that some members of, mainly members of parliament, could not connect. They encountered connectivity challenges. And then we realized that because the department is using the MS Teams, whereas parliament is using Zoom. So board members had then requested that, they requested that we consider using Zoom as opposed to Teams. An inquiry was made to the Chief Directorate ICT, and we were advised that the department has a license for Zoom. However, we were promised that they will look into the issue of, the department has a license for MS Teams. And they raised the issue of auditing if it were to have a Zoom and an MS, but then we informed them that because the majority of board members felt comfortable with Zoom, which is what is used in Parliament, we would request them to grant that permission. And yesterday we received a response when we made a follow-up from the Director IT, Ms. Lindiso, that there was what you call a request for quotation which was sent. It was supposed to close on the 7th, so they were expecting a response from SM by the 14th. So that is a matter that we are monitoring, because we'd want to have this Zoom license so that we are able to have the meetings hybrid or virtual, if I may say. If I may, Chair, I will end there for now, Chairperson. Thank you.
Did you can come in?
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. I think it's difficult when you're not following the presentation, but nevertheless, let me just upload or maybe elevate some points. Chair, the other issue that was critical after the nomination was done, it was viewed by other parties as not all-inclusive. So I think in the next board meeting, there will be a possibility of getting additional members nominated from other parties so that it's all-inclusive. That was basically one area that was much emphasized. And then the other issue I want to raise is that the other issue is the issue of orientation of the residence committees, which has not happened. And I believe that we have been tasked to actually prioritize that. Just to confirm that the board on the inauguration day, they were empowered through the orientation, presentation of the do's and don'ts in respect of their responsibilities. And maybe lastly, Chair, is to indicate that our focus and our priority as we meet next week, hopefully we're going to have the quorum is to deal with the issues of financial statements as far as this is possible, because it's one area that AG has picked up, and I think they are actually gunning on it now that the board has been formed and appointed. So I think we will be able to then deal with those matters as soon as we are able to meet. And maybe just to report to the committee, through their own way of resolutions to encourage those that have been appointed through their parties that they must attend the board meetings, because the last one that we had, we couldn't. We tried by all means. I think, Honorable Chair, you were part of that proposal to say, let's give them 20 minutes. It was a virtual meeting. We really waited, we couldn't get it. But this one that we are proposing, because it was the members that requested that it be physical, we are just hopeful that it might happen. If it happens, then it will actually help us a great deal. And maybe to emphasize, Chair, it was this particular issue that caused the board meetings not to happen, is the issue of the quorum. So maybe if the committee may be, through their wisdom, ensure these things are raised in various platforms. And we also spoke to, when we did a presentation, to Honorable Khatebe and Honorable Hon in their meeting, which they invited us. We really emphasized with them, and they even themselves indicated they will also, as part of ensuring that members do, they will also try to provide some support, including them in some instances attending as observers. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, DG, for the presentation. I'm going to Can you please mute our mic? I'm going to take hands that wish to. Actually, I'm not going to take hands. I'm going to note as per our culture. I'm going to request Honorable Ngumalo, Honorable Marcus, then Honorable Marais, in that order.
Thank you, Chair, for this opportunity once more. I highly appreciate it. I'm picking up something here. I need some clarity. Is there any reason why the minister or the DG do not have a legal role in this parliamentary village? I'm sorry, in these committees, because some of the challenges that I think are being encountered here are as a result of the lack of the legal role of these two respectable people, that is the minister and the DG. I'm a little bit worried when I don't see their legal role. Hence, in my view, we have these challenges that we have, like the inability to check the books and stuff. And another concern that I have, I'm staying in one of the villages here, and I've never had a meeting whereby we are being asked as to what our grievances may be. And I really even don't know where I should take the grievances if I had one. You see, so those are some of my concerns with this. And let me stop there for now. And also, lastly, do we have some performance indicators or a work plan? Well, because what I'm picking up here, there's a lack of transparency in this whole exercise. So that is my concern. Maybe we need to look into that and see as to how can we improve this thing. Because as it stands right now, it doesn't. As a person who is part of this, who stays in these villages, I don't feel I'm part in one or the other of what is going on there. And lastly, I'm not sure whether this one will fit in here. It's more of an IDT question, but let me ask it anyway. If it doesn't fit here, it's fine. I'll accept that. Look, in the previous meetings we had with IDT, they mentioned the fact that since, like in Acacia Park, the new houses, or there's a project that needs to be unfolded there. But unfortunately, there was this challenge of contractors not responding. So I just wanted to find out, especially from the DG, if you can be able to answer me, as to how far is that process now? Have you invited the contractors again so that they can look into those houses? Because some of the houses we stay in are actually very, very old. They're actually in a dilapidated stage. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. I welcome the presentation by the official and the addition by the DG. I just want to check, Chair, on the issue of the functioning of the board without an administrator that is reported is going to be sorted soon. If you do have a time frame for that, because the board needs to operate in full force. And the issue of the last audited financial statement, which has got a lot of years and gaps in between. What was the reason for that? And with the absence of a board in place who was running the show in that process of current years. And I think I also note the resolution taken by the current board to appoint an audit firm to then look into these financial issues. And I also want to, speak on the issue of the quorum, since I'm also part of the board, that Tembela is correct in saying that Microsoft Teams is a bit awkward for honorable members. Some of them are unlike me and Honorable Bath, who were once officials before, who are familiar with that, so they are used to Zoom. So the sooner the process of the Zoom package or internal arrangement is done, the better. It won't then hamper on the issue of the quorum of the board. But Chair, I also want to check the issue of the board being chaired by the DG. Whether is it necessary for him to be the chair of the board? For me, looking at his tasks in the department, or his busy schedule and responsibilities, and also the issue of the term of the board. I think it was said that it is supposed to be done annually or re-elected or constituted. I want to check, why is it done annually and not aligned to the term of office of us as members that are in Parliament for the full term of 5 years, vis-a-vis our issues and tasks in these different parks we are staying in. And then, Chair, I also want to check on the issue of the guidelines of a board operation, or the document that guides us on how it should be functioning. When last was it updated? As I think that I picked up in some of the instances that it is not speaking or accommodating the current challenges that we are living in now. And that whether I would also want to check if there is a possibility of us looking in it and reviewing if it is possible, so that we can have a process to review it, so that it gets to be aligned to the current days that we are operating in, and what is going to be, easy for the board to operate. As it, the DG also has mentioned the issue of the limitation of party representation into the board itself. And currently the guidelines is stipulating the number of how many people must be on the board. So which maybe it then coincide with what they are complaining about. Those are the issues, Chair, for now that I have, that I think I need clarity. Thank you so much.
Honorable Marais.
Thank you, Chairperson. Only two things. I just wonder if they can highlight for us when last was there a thorough audit of the people staying in the villages for the board, because time and time again I hear stories about, I use the word story, but it seems it is that way, that people stay there that's not allowed to stay in these villages. And secondly, I want to ask, there was complaints about flooding with the heavy rains that we had in Cape Town. Was that reported to the board and the board to the department for action to look at it, because the winter period is on hand? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Marais. I'm going to request Honorable Nkosi, Honorable Bath, then Honorable Kobe.
No, thank you very much, Chair, and thanks to the department for the presentation on parliamentary villages. Chair, I think I heard the presenter speaking about the financial statements that was not endorsed by the board. The board didn't want to endorse the financial statement. I just want to check.
Honorable Nkosi, it seems like I've lost you on my side. Honorable Nkosi, or is me who has lost?
Raised by, I want to concur with her that what can be done, or we need to review the policy regarding that, because it will be much proper for the term of office be aligned with the term of office, so that you can avoid the gap that was indicated here, that there was a gap of time whereby the board was not in place. And also the issue of the chairperson. I understand when the DG is sharing the board, but looking at the work that he's doing, and the chairperson of the
Honorable Nkosi, we struggle to hear you. It seems like we've also lost her. I'm going to... Honorable Bad, you can continue. It seems like we've lost Honorable Nkosi. Honorable Bad, and after you will be joined by
Thank you. Thank you, Chairperson. Yeah, I think I concur with a lot of what's been raised by the former speakers. My only comment is around if you were to look at the private sector, for example, and a residential building or complex as big as the equivalent of our 3 villages, you would have a managing agent appointed to deal with things from building management to maintenance to all of these sorts of things. So I do know that from a previous presentation, there is a total facilities management contract in place, but I don't know if that replaces the functionality of a managing agent. And I mean, to be honest with you, these are precincts that are housing the 400 parliamentarians, those that are obviously not the ones that live in Cape Town, but this is a very important facility, and it's a facility that needs to be well managed, and it's currently not. And I know that it's complicated because if I understand correctly, in this case with the parliamentary villages, it's Parliament itself that is the client department, and it's Public Works that obviously undertake work or take instruction or request from Parliament. But where my thought or my questions lie is you very, very seldom ever hear about the Joint Standing Committee on the Financial Management of Parliament, which is where I believe these issues reside and where issues need to be taken up with regards to parliamentary villages, etc. I never hear about these featuring ever on those agendas. And so while I agree with what some of my colleagues have said regarding the chairmanship being held by the DG, I do think that the challenges and the issues and the recommendations and innovations that exist that could improve the way that these villages are maintained, reconstructed, whatever the case may be, need to be very well represented by the DG in those forums. And I think this is something that we need to take up, because otherwise it's just going to be another talk shop for another parliamentary term. The accommodation is not going to get better. There'll still be asbestos houses in the villages and in the 8th and the 9th Parliament. So I really don't know why this situation continues to persist. But I think as a committee, we need to also take a resolution that we monitor this. We can't have another financial year come and go where no financial statements are submitted or audited or whatever the case may be. We need to remember that even though this is a small entity or a small entity within the department, it's still important. And so yeah, I think, Chair, that's what we need to do going forward. And I'd be happy to take some suggestions around a resolution on the way forward. But yeah, we can't just be talking about the dome and about Parliament in that portfolio committee. The parliamentary villages and the future of the parliamentary villages or the DG's thoughts and comments around that. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Kobe.
Thank you, Chair. I think I'd like to echo the sentiments, especially of Honorable Barth, who has just spoken to this prestigious, really, parliamentary village that houses honorable members. Just maybe to the board, maybe if, with regards to the new buildings that will be there, especially the 250 buildings, maybe if there has been or should be a consideration of energy efficient buildings where lights and water, can run without interruptions. And I'm speaking specifically as to the issue of generators that was brought on in the presentations. If that could be, somehow factored into energy efficient buildings and buildings that are resilient and not asbestos homes that we as parliamentarians are subjected to. Also, I just maybe, because I heard concerns of parliamentary members not feeling included in the decisions of the board, or if there was even a constitution of the board that ordinary members who live there don't necessarily know about. I think the board should take into consideration quarterly meetings with residents just before they take their issues on as a board to resolve them. I think when we depend on independent members of the board to give us problems, we end up not having a holistic or consolidated view of the issues of the residents that the residents are facing. And I mean, only then can we determine the performance of the board against the issues that we've raised as residents. Also, I want to give a huge congratulations to you, Slalo and Honorable Makasi, who are both on the board. On a lighter note, I really do I hope that with the two of you there, we wouldn't have to play a huge oversight role, because I know you and the two of you understand exactly the workings of this portfolio committee and how you will better run your responsibilities. Godspeed on that and all the best. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kobe. Well, in addition, I hope I've noted all hands that were supposed to speak. I also want to add few questions, but I want to start with this one of there's a guiding documents that I believe that it must be reviewed. I'm not sure what is the process, but I will propose that let's review the constitution of constituting this board, because there are many gaps that sometimes I will believe that the dysfunctionality maybe of the board for it not to be active, it is because of this guiding document. That I will propose that at least let's review it so that it can be able to be effective. Another part that I want to check is Marius, the one of eviction, because there are people that are staying in these villages that are alleged to be renting, particular from staff members. So one will need to know whether is there any report of eviction that we have undertaken before, and who's responsible to evict these people who are residing illegal. And another part in the village that I'm staying, I've also noted that it's also happening in Pelican Park, where there are members that have been recalled. In particular, there are former members of MK who have been recalled, but who continuously insisted to stay here in the villages, even though when they were being wanted to be removed. They even now, I think they're still around. So even after a year, they've been recalled. I want just to check properly who evicts these people, and what do we do in this instance when our lives have been put in danger. And also another one, I want to know, do we have a list of who do we stay here? For example, if Sipho Mahlangu stays here and stays with his family, how many members are staying with me? Do we have that report, and are we able to monitor that properly so that we safeguard the safety of the residents who are staying here? Thank you very much. You can come in, teaching.
Chairperson, I'm back. Can I finish my questions?
Okay. Yeah, we lost you through that. You can complete this file.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. I think I've raised the issue of the people that occupying houses which are not supposed to be there, as you have already indicated as well. I just want to put a recommendation to the department with regards to that. My recommendation is that I recommend that we put an audit process plan, an audit process in place to investigate inhabitants staying in these villages for the purpose of establishing if it is the required personnel to stay there or what. That's what I wanted to raise before I was cut off by the network. Thank you very much, Chair.
Can we close the mic, Piri?
Okay. Chair, can I respond?
Yes, you can respond. Then I can see also the is Tembela. Okay, you can come in, DG.
Yeah, let me respond. Let's start with the Honorable Ngumalo. What is the legal role of the chair, which is myself, and also that of the minister? Maybe let me indicate that the role that I play and that of the minister is actually legislated in the Act itself. The minister remains the executive authority, and in my role in the board, I am the chairperson who must be appointed by the minister, including those that would have been nominated by a residence committee to be in the board. So that is the legislated role. So is to chair the board meeting, and obviously by my position at Public Works also, it makes more sense because most of the things that members are raising are Public Works related. So to elevate it at the level of the DG, it was a strategic decision on the basis that you don't want members to be frustrated by decision making that takes long, and when the DG is not actually even part of what that is actually happening. The other issue that Honorable Ngumalo raises is the issue that has never had a meeting being called. Let me just indicate the following. We had the elections for all the three residencies, and in all of them, there are resident committees, and they all have chairs that have been elected. It is in that regard that those chairs of those committees are the people that deal with those residencies or those villages that they are appointed to chair, and those matters then they come to the board through the representation that happens at the board, because we do have representatives in that respect. But however, I must say that there's nothing wrong with honorable member raising this with, there's always people that are there from Public Works who support members in that respect that can be approached if there's such a thing. I think we will obviously elevate that in the next meeting, because I think what you are saying is also dovetailing with what Honorable Kobe, which I think will take that suggestion to say maybe the board will need to update the residencies on a quarterly basis so that there's element of live engagement on the issues that are being done. And then the issue on the performance indicators, the board itself really is responsible for the key issue of transporting, making sure that there's transport, adequate transport for the members who stay in the villages, and also making sure that for also their children, there's also a transport to take them to school, etc., etc. So that is basically the main and primary aspect. But over and above that, it's also to consider things that are reported as issues which affect them directly, because the villages in their design and operation, they belong to Public Works as a custodian. As a result, then we have to take up those issues with relevant prestige colleagues to deal with those matters. And then the other issue Honorable Ngumalo raises is the issue of the IDT, which I think Honorable Ngumalo, it's the right question to raise, because it's part of the project that we will be probably when the time is right have to update this committee going forward. The project itself is a project of building a new houses in villages, and those which are mainly been condemned one way or other, or they've got asbestos and all those other things. So I think that project has been done by the money that we've spent to date on the PSP is about 14.3 million in respect of the background work. Maybe safe to say that this will be a design and build kind of an RFP that will be coming out around August 29, and the contractor will be handed over the site on the 24th of November 2025, to indicate that when we have to move members from those houses, there's already a plan to move them from that area where we'll be demolishing to the area where they'll be staying temporarily until that the project is done. So that particular aspect has been covered. You can give the report on the basis of this committee making such a resolution. We will bring IDT to do the presentation. But the total value of the estimate of the project is 407 million. And as you could see, that there was just some delays in respect of some authorizations. But I think, as I've said, the contractor, the RFP should be out by the 29th based on the program I have, 29th of August. Now, excuse me, so I think it will be for, I just didn't indicate, Honorable Gumalo, it will be only for Block C, Block B, Block D, and Block H. That's about 113 houses that we're going to be looking at. It will be a 10-key project. I forgot to mention that. Honorable Makasi, the absence of the administrator, indeed, I think it's one big area which I think it will be important as part of the resolution of the committee to support us on that, because what I indicated to Honorable Khatib and Honorable Horn was that it is very, very difficult to manage the board when there's just no employee at all allocated to the board in terms of its operation and relying on the ad hoc support. So we then suggested the issue of a board administrator and an office assistant stroke, even the accountant in the case of doing day-to-day activities that are financial, because part of the challenge was the inability to collect information that is accurate all the time. So we need people who are dedicated. So we request that in the absence of the administrator, the board has been really struggling, and it's been really done on an ad hoc, and as a result, some people were only doing it when they are available, which is not right. Yeah, the issue of the quorum, I think, is critical, because part of the challenge again was to constitute this board in the first place, and I think we've done all the efforts to make sure that it's done. But I think it should be congratulated that the minister managed to appoint the board after so long that we didn't have a board. And I think most of the things they rely around the board. Without the board, nothing moves. So now that we have a board, now we just need to get a quorum for the board to sit, which I think, as part of the resolution of this committee, is to request that different parties are encouraged, those who are in the board, to ensure that they make themselves available, even if they have to, in some instances, not attend some meetings just to be in the board. It's not something that is going to be happening every time. So it's something that we need to do and then create a program that will be acceptable to all. And then the chairing, I think Honorable Makasi, is it necessary? I think I've answered that. But obviously, there's nothing wrong with members when they want to suggest a particular approach. We really open. We'll really request that those guidelines are really considered to eliminate any red tape that may actually arise out of that. So the issue of the term, I think, is part of the democracy, if I may, to say that sometimes when you have a chair that is staying for longer, it becomes hard-headed. But obviously, the residents' committees are within their rights to always review what they need to review. But on our side, I think we'll actually, through the board, encourage that if the term can be reviewed, Honorable Makasi, there's nothing wrong that we can stop it. I think it's something that could be looked into. And the issue that Honorable Marais raised, when last was the audit done, I think we can get a date, Honorable Marais. I don't have it offhand with me. And we will provide that information as soon as I have in that. And then the issue of flooding, Tembela will actually respond on that around the complaints that are raised. And then Honorable Kosi, I think the issue of the board not wanting to endorse the financial statements, sometimes, honorable members, when you put your signature on some document, you want to make sure that in the event you have to account, you know exactly what has happened. I think that was just the reluctance of other members to say, but we're not part of the expenditure of what happened. In case AG finds something, we'll be held liable. So I think members were just being cautious, if I may, and also not saying that they were refusing. I think they put their reasons, but I think going forward, it's very important that we have these board meetings so that everybody is taken on board and there's an administrator who give us correct information all the time as it is required. The issue of those who are occupying the houses who are not supposed to be there, Honorable Nkosi, I think I want to indicate that there was a meeting between Honorable Khatebe, Honorable Horn, the Speaker, the Minister, the STP around the same matter. Oh, and also the Chief Whips, the Chief Whip of the House. The challenge is that the Minister had indicated that we need to remove everybody that is not supposed to be there. What is everybody? The understanding and interpretation of the department on the parliamentary village was that only members of parliament should be staying there and no one else. When you say honorable members of parliament, you mean members of parliament with their families that have been nominated by them officially in the documents that they would fill. So any other person is not supposed to stay there, other than now, additional to that, will be the people who are supporting ministers or supporting the speaker in that respect. Those are also the additional kind of people that stay there. But obviously, there's a process for you to be there. There's a letter that appoints you, and you have to be authorized to be there. So if you are not there, you then don't have to stay there. I'll highlight what was the issue. There are party members, 3 for MK and also 1 for ANC. I think the 1 for the ANC has since left, but I think it's overseas. We just have to remove his clothes in the house so that we can have access to it. But obviously, we raise the issue. We don't want to remove something when someone is not around and say, we've stolen the money, he had so much money. And when we just open the house without the authorities who are busy dealing with that matter, who will evict those people? Public Works in their operation, they get a list from Parliament on which party is allocating who after the elections, and then we allocate the houses according to the parties. If, for instance, it's 15 for this party, 20, that's how we do it, and then the parties will then decide who goes where, etc., along that particular aspect. Ours really is to ensure that those people who are there through a process where we normally check from time to time. The people who are there are the people who are supposed to be there. Yes, we agree. There are some areas where there are people who are not there, who are not supposed to be there, particularly on the basis of the fact that, let's say I am Sifiso Mtagane, allocated house number 15, but you never see me in the village, but I took the house, but there are people who are staying there who are not even my relatives. As long as those people have got authority of you to be there, it's not necessarily a problem. But however, I must indicate that there was an agreement then between the chief whips and the speaker and the minister that we're not going to be evicting anyone until we've done the audit. So the audit is actually being planned by Shanil and Mr. Tembela here. so that we can establish who is supposed to be there, who's not supposed to be there. I must indicate, Chair and honourable members, that it's also a joint responsibility between us and Parliament, because who issues those access cards is Parliament. So our view was that we have to work together in that respect, because the subs at the gate who mans the gate, and in some instances, some members ended up having unwanted visitors, because also the communication between the gate and the houses or the flats is not working in some instances because of network or challenges, only to find that someone is knocking at your door without you expecting that such people. So that's one thing that we're going to be doing. That I think in terms of the timelines, honorable members, we will provide the detailed plan of the audit that will around that one. And then the issue that Honorable Pat is raising, I think, is very critical. It is an estate. These are estates. We need to have some sort of a managing agent to deal with operational issues. But I think what we've accepted, Honorable Pat, is the fact that Prestige people think it's got capacity to do all this kind of work. I don't think so. So the functionality of this particular village to be a real estate, it needs to be following on the rule on the current, if you like, practices of what we know as the best. The TFM contract is not actually replacing the functionality of the managing agent. Those guys are responsible for just the upkeep of the estate. So the managing agent should be ensuring that those people who are doing that is done. So I think it's something that we may have to consider, Honorable Path, in that respect. And then the Joint Standing Committee on Parliament, yes, they probably have not been able to engage thoroughly because there was no board. And I believe now that there's a board, reports will be coming through now, so that there will be some activities and issues happening. And who was doing that in before when the board was not there? It's colleagues from Prestige through our help by our regional office in Cape Town to procure particularly the contracts for buses, etc., that would want to utilize for members' transport. And then, Honorable Kobe, I think I will emphasize that we want to take your recommendation forward, if it may be the resolution of this meeting, that these quarterly meetings will help in terms of information around that particular area. And then I think, Honorable Mahlangu, the list of who stays in the village, I think, is linked to what I've said in terms of the audit that we're going to be carrying out around that. The evictions, again, as I've said, in the case of those, just as an example of the 3 MK members, I must indicate, Chair and honorable members, that some of our staff have been also victimized by these people who refuse to get out of the houses. But in most cases, what we do, we will lock up the house and change the keys, only to discover that sometimes they come and unlock it, etc., to the extent that we've reported the matter to the authorities and the police to indicate that those people are supposed to be removed. I think, as Mr. Sibande initially said around the issue, when you deal with government and the state and also parliamentarians, there's always a particular approach on how you approach them. You have to find a way of doing it in a manner that is progressive through IGR in most cases. So in this case, we will engage Parliament to talk to the parties that are involved. The other issue, Honorable Mahlangu, that you raised, the guideline, I think I agree. The board and the residence committees are able to review that guideline so that it's actually relevant and to the new challenges that we might be facing. like as early as in that meeting that we attended with the Honorable Horn and Khatebe, there were presentations around the connectivity within the villages, which is quite a very good project. I think when we do the presentation of IDT, we'll also probably ask Parliament to do the same, because it's done by Parliament, around the issue of putting the better network coverage in Parliament by Telkom. So I think I will ask Chair that Mr. Tembela can just add if there's anything that he wants to add around things that I might have missed, and that will be our response, Chair, after he has spoken in totality. Thank you very much.
You can come in, Tembela.
Thank you, thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, DG. It's a few issues that I would like to just speak on. Honorable Ngumalo, on the issue of not knowing or not being aware of the residence committee or the meetings. If I would like to make an example, for instance, in Laboria Park, about 3 weeks back, there was a meeting, a general meeting, which was convened by the chairperson of the residence committee. However, what we will do, we will engage the chairpersons of the various residence committees and encourage them and support them in convening general meetings. Because, Chair, like previous, there's a matter which was raised by one of the honorable members that perhaps the board should meet with the residences quarterly. However, how it was done previously, we would have a board meeting. Then after the board meeting, we would encourage the residents, because the members of the board are members which are drawn from the residents committees. Then would encourage them to say after the board meeting, convene a residents meeting whereby issues which were discussed at the board level can then be discussed with members, with the general public or the residences. So we encourage that. Also applauding the chairperson of Laboria Park for having started. DG has also answered on the issue of the question which was asked by Honorable Marcus, that in the absence of the board who runs the show, indeed it's colleagues from officials. Chairperson, if I may just, without wasting your time, the function of the board is to provide transport to residents in Cape Town. That one, Chairperson, because sometimes there is no board. It's done by the department. We do that through the open tender process. You would have the contract, would have the information on the department procurement plan, because we procure the services for a 2-year period, and the procurement is done by the department up to the regional bid adjudication committee, and it's done via an open tender process. Because the fear is that, if we were to say, because there is no board, we are not going to do anything, we will find ourselves in a situation where there will be no services, that of transporting members of parliament and their dependencies. Secondly, Honorable Marcus spoke about the issue of the term of the board. Currently, Chairperson, we are guided by this Act of Parliament. It's a very short piece of legislation that comprises of 4 pages. That previously, the Office of the Chief State Law Advisor advised that there are some shortcomings or gaps, and it requires a review or a review of the act or to repeal it. But we'll revive that, because we've been talking about this probably now since 2015, that the act in its current form, it does not assist the board, as there are shortcomings. It's not in sync with, for instance, the PFMA. And coming to Honorable Marais, the issue of the audit, DG has spoken to that. I just wanted to bring it to your attention, Chair, that each and every person now who is supposed to be a legal tenant, be it a member of parliament or sessional officials, upon receiving information from parliament or from the department, they are made to complete a lease agreement, stop orders, as well as an occupancy sheet, which give details of the member, the spouse, and the dependencies. When do they get to? Are they staying in the villages full time, occasionally, transport requirements, and all of that? However, there are those cases whereby you have now the residents or tenants registering people who are not neither relatives. We've had in the past, for instance, people you'd have, for instance, an MP who stays alone in a 3-bedroom house who would register a person, and only to discover that the person is a caucus support staff or is a parliamentary support staff. The same case would have with the officials who would register people as dependents, although they are not related. They are not related. In trying to nap this, what we did, which we proposed to the previous board, was that perhaps we need to look at the definition of a dependent, and we further suggested that perhaps we should consider adopting the definition that is used by Parliament. The what we call the facilities, the division by on Ms. Upper, they've got the definition of a dependent that is eligible to qualify for all these privileges that dependents of members of parliament are getting. So that if you have a dependent, because now we've got dependents who are married, who are staying with parents, they are married, they are staying with their kids. That was in the past, although. So now we'll have to look at that. And then lastly, Chairperson, indeed, the Act needs to be, the Act, and not only the Act, also the rules. The rules are outdated. A number of issues are no longer applicable. What we have done, as DJ has spoken, we are going to have a session with all the members of the residence committees to look at the rules and perhaps find ways to update them, and because a lot needs to be done there. I will end there, Chairperson. I thank you.
Thank you very much. From the department, hopefully there are no follow-up questions, because I see no hands being raised. Thank you very much for the presentation. What we can do now is to move to the next item, which are minutes, if I'm not mistaken, so that we can conclude this meeting. The chairperson, but it seems like he's no more here. Also, I'm trying to call him, his phone is off. I'm a little bit tired. I'm not used to this thing. Can we have minutes? I think we are done with presentations from the department. Let's deal with minutes. If you don't mind, I can release you. The department, go well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chairperson.
If I may proceed, Chair, the minutes that are before the committee for consideration and adoption are the minutes of the meeting that was held on the 2nd of July, where the DPWI and PMA were presenting to the committee on the one-stop water post project. That's the attendance in front of the committee. Chair, I'm not going to go back to the resolutions because they're already outlined when we're dealing with the resolutions tracker. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable. Why always no Lunto? I want to call you a comrade. Thank you very much. I will request the hand that will propose the adoption of the minutes, and followed by the one that wants to second. I'm requesting a hand. Hopefully everyone has read the minutes because they've been forwarded to us earlier. Honorable Bad, where are you? Oh, Marius, you are noted?
I'm happy to adopt. Thank you.
Honorable Marius is adopted. Mukasi?
Is it Marius or Mare? I support him.
Honorable Mare.
I support
Hello.
I
Thank you
support
very much.
minutes, Chair. And please don't be tired. Thank
Thank you very much. The minutes are adopted. Hopefully, we are on the last item of closure. Honorable Zelanga, you are there. I see you have logged in. If you are there, you can close the meeting. My journey ends here. Thank you very much, honorable members.
Well done,
Zelanga is here. Honorable Zelanga, you can talk, or I must close. It seems being quiet. Thank you very much, honorable members. Kobe?
Nothing, Chair. Well done, Slalo. Well done.
Oh, get off. Thank you very much, comrades. The meeting stands adjourned. Let's meet next week.
Thank you. Well done. Continue and close the meeting.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. You did well,
See you
Chair.
in the next term, honorable members. Goodbye. This was the last meeting.
Oh, this is the last meeting.
You are
Let's
Zavu.
September.
Yes, Chair, it's
Yeah.
our last because next week's meeting had to be cancelled due to the sitting that's taking place at 10 o'clock. So we were not allowed to carry on with the sitting. Therefore, we'll submit a new program for the third term. Thank you, honorable members.
Okay, thank you very much, Knowles.
All right.
Let's meet on the 1st of September or the 3rd of September, somewhere there. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, Chair. Bye.
Thank you, Chair.